Jesse, you got to stay on me about that 10 past the hour. Because we giving that money away. Can we hit him with the...
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
$10,000. You're not allowed to use that. Damn it, pal.
Yeah, 95.7 use that all the time. Every show they use Here Comes the Money with Shane McMahon.
Yeah, we're using that.
Money. Shane O'Mac.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, yo.
Texans called off minicamp, huh?
The Texans did?
Yeah. Like a couple of teams are doing it.
COVID related or?
No, I don't think so. I think injuries. I think it's more injuries.
Here comes the money. Ramsey, we gonna get into it because you see what they got me wearing today. You see the hat they got me wearing today. It may have took until June. What is this, 9th? But yep. I'm all in. Let's go. Let's go. They're going to the postseason. Let's go.
All in, huh? All right. What's up, David? Yeah, got that money. Ching, ching, bling, bling.
The Greenwich Street Posse was pretty funny.
The Mean Street Posse.
Mean Street Posse from the Mean Street.
Rodney O, Pete Gas, and Rodney O, Pete Gas, and Joey Abs. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, they were pretty funny for that one.
Here comes the money. Yeah, they legit cracked me up.
Mean Streets of Greenwich.
I'm always nervous.
I remember I was on the East Coast and I went from my cousin's house in New York to my other cousin in Connecticut, and we caught the train. And I think one of the stops, I can't remember if it was Greenwich, it might have been Stamford. And I was like, "Oh, snap! With Stanford, what? Let's go!"
Stanford, we in here. You see there is a train stop in Stanford. Yep.
I was like, "Let's go!"
I remember the first time I saw that big WWE flag flying out there inside their office.
The iconic WWF offices. All glass. All windows.
Man, I wish I had been driving by when that dude jumped out the window for the commercial.
Somebody really just vibing out. I'm a strange boy Southwest. Legendary self-made progress. Last time that I checked.
Hey, it's Wednesday, June 9th.
Here comes the money. Here comes the money.
We got money for y'all today. Every hour through the entire show, we're going to be giving you an opportunity to win $1,000. Store this number in your phone, 72881. Again, 72881. Don't text your jokes. Don't text your cute little one-liners to D-Lo and KC. That's not what that number is for. It's not the 1320 text line. That is exclusively for your chance to win money. And don't be the stupid person who tests it out and tries to send a funny little text to it and winds up getting blocked by the company. We are not in charge of that line.
Yeah.
What's funny in the chat isn't funny on the text line.
Right.
I feel like I'm talking
to get some money, man.
I'm talking to kindergartners right now. Like, we're going to need y'all to conduct yourselves appropriately. Let's act like adults until we win the money. and then y'all can act as crazy as you want to. So store that number in your phone right now. That's the Summer of Cash hotline, 72881. 10 minutes after every hour of the show, 12:10. So 9 minutes from now, 1:10, 2:10, 3:10. We're going to give you a word. You're going to text that word to 72881, and that's going to be your opportunity to win $1,000. Again, 72881. Store that number in your phone. The Summer of Cash contest begins today. The Summer of Cash contest begins in 8 minutes.
Ooh, let's go.
Now, with all that said, welcome to the latest edition of D-Lo and KC here. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway. We are thrilled that you are here with us. James Ham going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour, as he does each and every single Wednesday. Plenty to talk about. Of course, it looks like the Celtics and Kemba Walker headed for a breakup.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
Talk about that. There's some Marvin Bagley things to talk about, believe it or not. I want to talk about DeMarcus Cousins, who saw some action last night. But let's start with the Philadelphia 76ers. 76ers, even the series with the Atlanta Hawks, the 76ers came out like I wanted to. Now, I got a little nervous at a couple points during the game.
As you should have.
But I thought the 76ers came out and they responded after that game one beat down the way that I think that they should have.
Well, I hesitate to get on them a little bit and be like, oh, they're not good or whatever, because that's kind of, in my eyes, will be taken away from Atlanta and in the way that they played and the team that they've got going right now. But Philly came out strong, established themselves early. Atlanta came back, but shout out to Doc Rivers, making an executive decision, making a move, trusting a guy like Shake Milton, who changed the complexion of the game. 14 points in 14 minutes, 4 or 5 from beyond the arc, some big buckets at the end of the third quarter, including 1 to end the third quarter, and then another couple big ones in the fourth quarter. Shake Milton.
Kenny Caraway complimenting Doc Rivers got me. What am I getting hit? Like, am I? Hey, Jesse, is there something wrong with my connection? Like, what's going on here?
Rivers. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I think that's the nicest thing I've ever heard you say about him.
It's a good coach. He goes up there.
Okay, there you go. That's what I wanted to hear.
You got to get the Shake Milton and Shake. I just believed him a little bit, and he came out there and he hit some big shots for us. There's nothing you can say that about. They need to leave Ben Simmons alone, though.
Oh, well, okay. I'm glad you brought up Ben Simmons, Doc. We're going to get to that. And by the way, can I point this out? That doesn't sound like a Doc Rivers impression. It sounds like an impression of Jamie Foxx impersonating Doc Rivers. That's what it sounds like, and I'm here for it. So you mentioned Shake Milton, a solid play by him, a solid move by Doc Rivers to put him into the game. Shake Milton obviously took advantage of his time in there. You brought up Ben Simmons, Doc, as you've been known to defend Ben Simmons rather ferociously, particularly over the last week or two. And did you ever contemplate, Doc, taking Ben Simmons out of the game there in the final minutes? And
never, not once. If you think I was trying to take Ben Simmons out of the game, then you just say it now, and I'll say you don't know basketball.
Yeah. So Doc Rivers last night took Ben Simmons out the game. Ben Simmons missed 2 free throws with about 3:19 left. And 17 seconds later, Ben Simmons was on the bench. Next dead ball, Ben Simmons was hanging out on the sideline with his most ferocious defender in one Glenn Rivers.
Well, you know what? And I wonder if that is the way to go with Ben Simmons. And I mean, like, there's got to be a little bit of there's got to be a little bit of urgency if I'm in the camp of Ben Simmons, or if I'm Ben Simmons in general. And there hasn't been that, because there's been the Doc Rivers, that have been kind of pacifying him, saying it's okay, Ben, just keep doing what you're doing. I don't think it's okay. Now, I'm not in those locker rooms. I'm not in those coaching rooms. And maybe for what they're trying to do, that Ben is doing exactly what they're asking him to do. But if you're supposed to be Ben Simmons, this max player, this franchise guy, I need more than what you gave me in a must-win game too.
Yeah.
2 of 3, 0 of 2 from the free throw line, 4 points. He had 7 assists, made some really big passes, some really nice passes in transition. Absolutely, I'm not taking that away from him. But you're supposed to be franchise.
Mhm.
You're supposed to be franchise. Of everybody that scored in that game for the Sixers, only one person had a lower point total. That was Thibault, who had 2. That can't happen if you're Ben Simmons. That can't.
Do you feel like Ben Simmons didn't impact the game?
I mean, he had an impact on the game.
I mentioned he was taken out with 3 minutes 19 seconds left. Let me get the exact total. I think they were up 16 when they did it. I made note of. Excuse me, they were up 17 when he missed those 2 free throws and was taken out with 3 minutes left. So you could argue the game was over at that point. I don't think Philadelphia felt like the game was over, and I think that's a smart play by Doc, because with the team that can shoot, with the team that can score the way that Atlanta can, you can't assume a 17-point lead is safe with 3 minutes to go. So I'm okay with that. But if you wanted to argue the other way and say the game was over at that point, I'm okay with that too. The fact is, I don't think Philadelphia went to the free throw line the rest of the game. So it shows you they had a strategy. Doc cut the pipeline off on that. We're like, yeah, we're not doing that this week. We're not doing that this time. But with that said, I thought Ben Simmons has a positive impact on the game. But the problem is, you mentioned this here earlier. It's a franchise player. You know, we talk about contracts. You know, we're pocket watchers here on D'Lo and KC. He's $100 million player. And when you talk about your franchise guy, when you talk about the guy who gets that franchise money, man, it's tough when you see him go out there and score 4 points. And you could talk about him positively impacting the game, but it's going to be real difficult for you to convince me that Ben Simmons had a franchise level worth of impact, a franchise player level worth of impact in a game in which he only scored 4 points.
Right.
If you show me double-digit steals and double-digit assists, I'll back off. He didn't have either one of those.
No.
But the team won by a lot.
Yeah, and it wasn't because of him. He had an impact, but it wasn't because Ben Simmons and what he did. I just look at it as Ben Simmons does have an impact. He doesn't have an impact in winning time. Now, I've seen times when he's had some great defensive moments in the fourth quarter and, you know, gotten steals and gotten stops and things of that nature. So he has that ability. He's not a complete scrub out there. But when it comes to winning time, more times than not, Ben Simmons has no impact. None. And that you're paying this guy 30-something million. We talked about yesterday, Tobias Harris, you know, and the money that he's getting. When Tobias Harris, he had 22 points, 11 and 19 from the field last night, going along with 6 rebounds. But we talked about him getting $30-something million a year and not being worth that. I mean, at least he's going to be there for you at the end of games. He can make a free throw. He can make a bucket. He can make a game-winning shot, game-winning play. Ben Simmons rarely has that ability to do that.
Is Ben Simmons overrated? And I don't want you to answer that just yet. I want you to think about it. Something tells me you're not going to have to think long. But look at the clock. I got 12:10 here. I got 12:10. I got 12:10.
We go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
It's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Here's your chance to win $1,000. Text the code word BAND to 72881. That's BAND, BAND, to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Messages and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Okay, we're gonna need some music, dude. I need. What are we doing? Like, we got this, but I need some music to follow that. I'll work on that. Let's get that built out.
We'll get that going.
We'll use the generic music, not the music that's going to get us fined $10,000. And remember, your next opportunity to win $1,000 comes at 1:10, 1 hour from now. Now, back to business. And if you won $1,000, you would only be about $99,999,000 short of what Ben Simmons is going to make to score 4 points.
Yeah, that's a lot. Omar Simpson says right here, he says Simmons will be a liability late in games when they have a hack of Ben strategy on him. And we're talking about a guy that's making $30-something million a year, $100 million contract that essentially you can't have with the ball in his hands. Think how crazy that is. There's people who are defensive stoppers. You say, hey, this guy's a great defender. We got to have him out there. Just because he's a Draymond Green, just because he scores 2 points, he's an elite defender. Yeah. That's the category Ben Simmons is in, except for the fact that you can't even have him touching the ball late in games. What? To answer your original question, yes. And that doesn't mean he's a scrub. Yeah. But is he overrated? Yes.
Oh. What? He's never been able to shoot.
You know what it is for me, Damian, though? You know what it is. Throws. Not even that. No? It's the unwillingness to take a free throw and to take a shot. Okay. If he shot 20% from the free throw line and from the field, I'd be like, man, that's got to get better. But I wouldn't be on his head. The fact that he is absolutely terrified and wants nothing to do with even taking a shot is more of an issue for me.
Free throws in his head now?
Absolutely.
Going to the free throw lines, and like he's legit like, I don't want to be here. I want to be anywhere else in the world besides right here.
He wants anything in this world other than shooting free throw or having the ball so they can foul him and he has to shoot free throws. He will get rid of that thing so quick.
All right, we'll talk more about Ben Simmons. We'll talk more about the Philadelphia 76ers. We'll dive into the other game, too, the Clippers and the Jazz. That was a fun one as well. And Kawhi Leonard, well, anxious to hear what my partner has to say about that. We'll talk about Donovan Mitchell. So much more. We're just getting started. We're giving away money. We're doing it all here with D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Here comes the money.
Yeah, definitely need to add some music to that.
Here comes the money. Money. Yeah. I think we're recording that. I think so. They haven't. Yeah. I got to talk with Jonathan, too, because I think my email is not working. Let me see because Regan sent something to my personal email. Let's see. Where did it go? Oh. Okay, let me email him and just see real quick.
It's really hard to not have "Here comes the money" stuck in your head. All right. That's a good question about Kemba. I don't know. I think teams are going to be, I don't know what the trade, we talk about trade value for players here in Sacramento. I think people really like Kemba. I think Kemba's feelings get hurt easily too.
That's another guy who do a recorded version of the back. He
Shanahan's talking right now.
He, the knee for Kemba kind of took a lot away from him. Yeah. I think that hurt him a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It says 60 script below, do a recorded version as a backup in case you are ever out. And so I can give to Sam the preview. So I think I'll just, I'm thinking, I asked him just now, so we'll see what he says, but I'm thinking I'll record one. And once Sam says that sounds good, then we'll do lives. Okay.
We got a final for you?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, he's at Talked to Regan today. You know Regan? Like I know you know him, but like, do you have
Like,
you talked
know him?
to
No, the only time we've ever talked was we did I did a call with Ben and his Ben's boss.
Yeah,
That's the only time I've ever talked to him.
I got to rap with him a little more, man. He's a cool dude. I talked to him for a little bit a couple days ago, and we were just kind of chopping it up a little bit. And I was like, Regan, I got to get with you a little bit more, man. I got to because
for the culture.
Yes, yes, and he's got big plans, and I like what he's talking.
I'm putting Jesse in charge of our social media from now on because he's put up videos this week that have just got people laughing.
Game, man. He's killing the game.
That response to that Star Wars video was just phenomenal. Your next opportunity to win $1,000 comes at 1:10. Make sure you're locked in with us. Obviously, we're talking playoff basketball here. We're going to talk to James Ham. We'll talk about the Kings with James Ham coming up at 3:10. Do want to throw a couple of things your way here, Casey. I'm not even sure that you're aware of this yet. Kyle Shanahan says the 49ers have cut short their offseason program. They canceled their final 2 practices and 3-day minicamp scheduled for next week. Partly, I assume, because of the significant injuries that we've seen with Jeff Wilson, that we saw with Travarius Moore, and others along the way. As Kyle Shanahan continued to speak to the media, he noted that Nick Bosa was here in Santa Clara all week. He just did not do any on-field teamwork. And Kyle Shanahan said Jimmy Garoppolo had the best spring since he's been with the San Francisco 49ers.
I've heard some things about that, man. I've heard that Jimmy was slinging that thing around. He was balling in the OTAs and in the mini camp. Hey, see you week 1, Jimmy. We'll see you week 1, baby. Get ready to do something. Get ready to do some work. Get ready to win a Super Bowl. Okay? Get ready to win a Super Bowl. And then you will be gone, but you would have raised your profile and you will get paid. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay to be great this year, Jimmy.
Have you ever been in a position? Have you ever had like someone who, like an accountant, for example, like someone that you've had to fire, someone that you've had to relieve of their duties, and then all of a sudden they want to work really, really hard for you? Is that what's happening to Jimmy Garoppolo? Did Jimmy Garoppolo get fired and it's like, yo, man, I'm going to work really hard right now?
It might be the case. It might be one of those situations.
Saw Jimmy Garoppolo out a little bit. Or is it simply he's healthy? Would this, let me pose the question differently. Would this have been the spring? Would this have been the best looking Jimmy Garoppolo we've seen in the spring since he's a 49er, even if they hadn't drafted Trey Lance?
I don't know, man. I don't know, because I got to be honest, competition might have lit a fire under his ass.
Exactly what it is.
You know what I'm saying? And it might have pissed him off. I really hate using this because I'm not a fan of the person who originated, but it absolutely fits. All right.
Okay.
It's like when we have like a Kanye clip, they're like, damn, you know, no much should have all this power or something like that. Like, damn, Kanye, I don't want to use it, but I got to. But Ray Lewis was a great one. Pissed off for greatness. Jimmy might not have been pissed off for greatness without somebody there to push him a little bit. And I think that's what's going on. And Jimmy's playing for he could be pissed off competing and all this other stuff. But the fact of the matter is he's auditioning for the rest of the league. He knows he's not going to be here. And he's got to say his mentality should at least be, all right, well, I got to show the rest of the league that they need to cash me out next year. And that's
cash me outside.
Cash me outside. How about that?
It's a reference from like 5 years ago.
It's a classic one. The funny thing about that is I always thought it was cash me outside. She's saying catch me outside.
Oh, I know. Yeah, no, but it sounds like she's saying the way she's outside. Very
I always, for a long time, like for the first, I don't know, couple months, I thought it was cash me outside. And then I was like, oh, she's saying catch me outside.
Will Z brings up a great point here on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. I heard Jabari Parker had a great camp as well. That's only a rumor. Like no one really knows that actually happened because we never saw Jabari Parker again, of course, until he was in a Celtics uniform.
Yeah.
But there's this legend from this previous training camp that Jabari Parker did well. Of course,
I actually believe it though.
no one knows. Oh, so do I.
But he got hurt.
There's no proof of it.
He got hurt, didn't he? And
I don't know. Between COVID and injuries, I don't know.
Yeah, I know you got the COVID thing. He got hurt, and then even when he got healthy, like he just was out of the loop. He wasn't playing. COVID.
Him and Hassan Whiteside were.
He got that Luke Walton COVID. Real quick before we get back into basketball. Before we get back in Luke Walton.
I admire that. I admire the kick to the groin, and then you just kept walking. That was good. Good stuff.
The Luke Walton COVID is you ain't playing.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Yeah,
Bagley got COVID in the fourth quarter. Bagley got the Luke Walton COVID in the fourth quarter.
He didn't get COVID-19. He got 4 for the fourth quarter. He ain't playing.
Yeah.
With things like minicamp, OTAs, even like a spring training in baseball, weren't those things like invented because back in the day, these guys were doing nothing but smoking cigarettes and drinking and having other jobs, and they used those mini camps, OTAs, to get in shape. And now, with the way things are, these people are in shape all the time. So aside from chemistry and learning the playbook type stuff, there really isn't as much of a need for these things anymore, is there?
I don't know the origins of training camp, mini camps, or OTAs. I don't know the origins of those. But sure. I mean, if you wanted to make an argument that these are unnecessary, I'm okay with that. But I also think there's something to the guys being able to be together, going through football drill. I don't want to call them drills. Being able to go through, even if we dumbed it like to what would be considered the lowest level in football walkthroughs. Maybe you have a few drills where you're going at full speed. But I think one thing that lacks with a lot of, I just don't think there's enough. I know some people will roll their eyes at this. I just don't think there's enough focus on sports medicine and sports science and making sure not only that you're getting out there doing stuff at full speed, but that your body is prepared to do it full speed. Because if you know, and I don't think there are a lot of athletes who live like they used to live, where you're out smoking cigarettes or eating whatever you want or drinking or just partying, and then the alarm goes off the next day and it's like, oh, it's time to go to minicamp. I don't think that's really a thing anymore. But there's something a whole lot different than you and I going out and getting a workout in with our man Lim over at Game Fit, and then being like, okay, let's go to the 49ers and do a workout there. It's not going to be the same. Your body has to be, ready differently. And I think with mini camps, training camp, with all of this stuff being so like short, like these are really short camps, they're not spending enough time ramping athletes up to get them ready to go full speed.
I understand. Now the media and all the clips that we see, and maybe we'll be down there to see it ourselves, like, in August, late August, but they can only see a certain amount of what they do. And when we see the clips, they're doing things that they don't look exclusive to being at 49ers minicamp, right? You can do the stuff that they're doing at Game Fit or at your local high school.
Yeah.
They're not going.
But when you go,
miles per hour.
Yeah, if you ever go, you'll see the work that they do. They do full speed drills. You're told specifically, when you're a member of the media, you do not film this. Right. You nothing's rolling on this. But you could sit and watch, but you can't film anything. They're going full speed in a lot of football related stuff, football stuff.
But I know they are, but they go full speed at Game Fit, right? Like from working out, you have to go. When I train kids, there's a ramp up when I'm working with, but at some point after we've gone through the warm up, I need you to hit it full speed
But
I
sure,
need you to hit it just the same
Understood.
as in the game. And then when they're doing these drills now, when they're going 7-on-7, 11-on-11, maybe that's a different vibe. Just a
That's it.
different
That's exactly
atmosphere.
what I was going to say. When you're coaching kids and you're having them ramp up, you don't have another coach ramping up another group of kids, telling them how to react to your group of kids. You know what I mean? Like it's the same at training camp. If you got the offensive line coach working with the offensive line and it's like, okay, let's bring the defensive line, and the defensive line is going at full speed and the offensive line is going at full speed, that's where I think the injuries come in. I don't know how many injuries are occurring during a 3-cone drill or, lateral movement work. I think they're occurring when you're, the unpredictability of the person in front of you. That's the difference. Like, because that's what you're reacting to if you're an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman or a running back or whatever it may be. That's what you're reacting to. You're reacting to the player that you're going against.
So
who's also trying to work themselves into shape or into that football shape.
This is not what you're saying, I don't think. So I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. But is the answer to have longer mini camps?
Yeah, unfortunately, it actually might be. You know what I mean? And maybe the answer isn't to have mini camps. Maybe the answer is to have longer training camps where you can ramp up more. Like we saw this negotiated into the collective bargaining agreement last year, where they were canceling things like OTAs and mandatory mini camps and stuff like that. And it was, well, we're eliminating preseason games, but we've got to have this long ramp up. Well, you got to have the long ramp up anyways, because if your body isn't ready to be out there, like the argument last year was, well, not everybody has had access to gyms. Not everybody has had access to their trainer. Like guys haven't been able to have a regular off season. Well, a lot of guys, they don't have trainers. You know what I mean? They don't have guys who are ramping them up, getting them ready for those for training camp. So maybe that is the answer. You have guys under your care longer. It's like, okay, and maybe it's an individual assessment. You sit down with the coach. Okay, what have you sit down with the sports science guys? What have you been doing? What does your work regimen look like for the last 6 weeks? Are we starting from scratch? Are we starting from 5? Are you already at 10? Where are we? And you kind of start to go from there. Like you look at I feel like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have been working out for months. I've been reading about the Bucs working out. I feel like I've been rooting for the Bucs working out ever since Tom stumbled off the boat. Now,
here's the other thing, and Coach Jay, what up, JT? He says that these dudes don't rest and recover enough, I feel. And that's another thing.
That's young guys.
Because the body, like you see the thing, and it's cool. Like I understand wanting to be at it, but you see guys get eliminated, their season ends.
Dame Lillard.
7 days later, I'm in the gym or I'm out in the field getting at it. Like
Dame Lillard doing that yesterday.
Yeah, there's something to be said. What have we been saying all NBA season about injuries? These guys didn't have enough time.
Not getting enough rest. Yep.
So I don't know. The other thing about this is football is just innately a
violent,
quick twitch type of game, and probably lends itself to injuries more than other sports.
I think some people talk about like they like the idea of working hard, and I don't think enough people push the idea of like let's work smart. Smart. Like in Dame Lillard's case, I'm sure people saw the social media posts that were being pushed out there about Dame Lillard. Dame Lillard's already in the gym. Like if I'm Dame Lillard's trainer, it's like, nah, chill, bro. Go eat. Go. You go eat a piece of cake.
Right.
Go relax a little bit. Like put your feet up, hang with the family. Like just chill. We could work on your you could do work. We could work on your your range of motion. We could work on soft tissue stuff, but maybe chill a little bit. We could get back in the gym next week in terms of weights. Like the the stuff that was being pushed out there wasn't Dame Lillard on the court, which I think is important to note. This was just him working out, and that's the other thing too with basketball. Dame may not have been able to get a workout in for like the last month and a half.
Right.
Between games and practices and stuff like that. So that's a little bit different. Yeah. As long as he's off the court, I think they're okay. But you just got to have someone who teaches these guys to work smarter and not harder. Don't worry about pushing stuff out on social media. Do what's right for your body.
I used to say all the time, there's ways to get better. And maybe I've got it all wrong, but because I didn't make it to the NBA. So maybe I got it wrong. But there's ways to get better without actually doing something physical. Go watch some game film. Go study some opponents. Go get a better understanding. Get an understanding of your opponents or the rest of the league. Like if I was watching these playoff games, I'd be watching these playoff games analyzing, if I'm De'Aaron Fox or Marvin Bagley or something like that. And it's not the same as going out and getting 1,000 jump shots up, but you're getting better. You're getting a better understanding of what it is your opponent is trying to do or what you can incorporate into your game.
Yeah, but sometimes you got to turn stuff off, though.
I understand.
You know what I mean? Like there's a time and a place for living in film. There's a time and a place for watching what Donovan Mitchell did last night and for what these different guys are doing. But there's also you also need, you could call it mental health breaks. You could call it whatever you want to. There's also a point where you've got to step away from this stuff, because if you obsess over what guys like Devin Booker are doing, and I'll use De'Aaron Fox as an example since you brought him up. Like if I'm De'Aaron Fox, I can't sit around and obsess over what Devin Booker is doing. Like if you can watch it and enjoy it, cool. And from a fan perspective, not as an opponent's perspective. Same thing with Donovan Mitchell last night. If you could separate those two, I think it's okay. But just living in the gym and living in film and living on the court and living in the weight room, like, man, I think that's a detriment more than it actually is helpful.
I think I was talking about this before, but my season would end, and it would end typically before like championship week in the tournament. And I used to tell myself, I'm not doing anything until the end of the championship game. And what would happen is I get my rest in and I would watch these games and I would get that fire built back up. At the end of the season, I was done. I was exhausted or whatever. And I would use seeing these other guys on a stage where I wanted to be at or doing things that I wanted to achieve as fuel. And by the time the morning after the national championship game, I was ready to go for the rest of the summer. I was turned all the way up, but that kind of goes.
That's the schedule, though. Yeah, you put that out there. What works for you?
Yeah,
it's good. I mean, that works. I feel like over the last few, obviously, again, last year was a major exception. We've seen teams starting to call off mini camps more, but again, none of this stuff matters. We could talk about what this means. Like the team can call it off. Like I think someone else, not the Titans, the Texans. The Texans called off minicamp as well, in addition to the San Francisco 49ers. And I think what it is there's nothing players can do about it, because y'all signed a 10-year agreement to do what the hell the owners tell you to do. And if that's a minicamp, now Kyle Shanahan has the ability as the head coach to say, no, we ain't doing this.
Right.
The Texans have the ability to do that. Any team has the ability to do that. Players, they don't have the ability to do that. Like the story with Aaron Rodgers not showing up. Is he going to be fined or not? Like it's this is the mandatory mini camp. This is an OTA. So coaches can do it. Players cannot.
No.
Shout out to Redacted on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Kings took 2 9-game mental health breaks during the season.
Uncalled for, Redacted.
Uncalled for. Not wrong. Clippers versus the Jazz last night. I damn near needed a cigarette after that game, boy. That was a fun watch. You got some thoughts on Kawhi Leonard before we really dive into this game?
Yeah, Kawhi Leonard, I'm not going to go in on him. But I will
had his foot on the clutch.
And he had his foot on the guy. Boy, was back in third gear. He was back in third gear for game one. And that's just, you know what, though? I will say this. I don't know if Kawhi can always have it in fifth gear.
No, and that's okay.
Yeah,
that's
what I'm saying. Like,
not for 48 minutes.
No. Sometimes some games is going to be third gear. And you got to hope that your third gear and maybe Paul George has pushed it up, or, Marcus Morris and, these guys have stepped up enough, and they almost had it. Like some people would say they should have had it. You know what I mean? It took a heroic effort from Donovan Mitchell to get that win. But yeah, Kawhi was back in third gear for game one. He's like, let me ease my way into this series.
Well, okay. I'm glad you phrased it that way, because don't we often talk about LeBron James and I believe LeBron James was the one who told us. I use game one as a feeling out process.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kawhi Leonard uses like game 1, 2, 3, potentially 4 as a feeling out process. And then he's like, okay, let's move up. Fourth gear. And then you get into, scenario that we saw last week where he hit fifth gear. Someone would argue he hit the imaginary sixth gear. And he was just on an entirely different level on last Friday. But yeah, it was one of those games where you kind of wait for that moment for Kawhi to take over and establish himself the way we saw Donovan Mitchell doing.
Oof.
You talk about gears. Donovan Mitchell was hitting different gears, which he regularly does now in the playoffs. Like, one, don't give yourself a nickname, i.e. Paul George. Two,
Spider, though.
Donovan Mitchell in the playoff. Is this playoff Spider? He gets special in the playoffs. He has more 45-point playoff games than any other Jazz player in history combined.
Wow.
Adrian Dantley has one. The pedophile has two.
Wow. I had to triple check. Did he say what I just thought he said?
Oh, man. I couldn't believe they kept showing him on TV. In an era where everybody, like Karl Malone has avoided cancellation, which is really astonishing. Everybody's been canceled. R. Kelly got canceled literally for doing the same thing.
Facts.
But man, God, was it Charles and that crew was like, oh man, it's Karl Malone, and what a great guy. They gotta calm down. Wow. Read the room, fellas. But hey, I guess when you're in your NBA bubble, man, you're in that NBA bubble.
I mean, I'm gonna just say it, not to mention the alleged incident that went down with him and Vanessa. Right.
There's a lot of incidents, alleged incidents, and actual incidents with. I don't think he gave a damn about Cheryl until she won a WNBA championship.
Facts.
He wasn't repping. I never saw him at a game until the Shock were in the WNBA finals. Like, what the hell is Karl Malone doing here?
Right.
Now all of a sudden he's daddy. Man, get your ass out of here. But they had that camera trained on him last night.
And before anybody doesn't know, because it may sound a little funny, he said something disrespectful to Vanessa Bryant when he was a member of the Lakers, and Vanessa and Kobe took exception to it, and that was not smoothed over ever. So
no,
that's what I was talking about. Not him and Vanessa doing anything. He did something inappropriate, said something inappropriate to Vanessa.
Yeah, he did. But the focus isn't that dude. It's Donovan Mitchell, man. And Donovan Mitchell, you can knock that statue that he got at that arena down and go ahead and erect one for Donovan Mitchell right now, because he saves his biggest games for the playoffs. And man, what a frantic finish. Just a phenomenal end to that game. Donovan misses. He took a really high degree of difficulty shot there with 13, 14 seconds left. I like the idea not calling timeout right there. You?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm always okay with that.
I like that idea of pushing it, but God bless it. It sure felt like nobody wanted the ball. The Jazz were playing good defense, by the way. Kawhi was looking for a shot. Sure didn't feel like Paul George was. Paul George got the ball, was like, Kawhi, back to you. Kawhi, Kawhi's looking. He finds Morris Sr. over in the corner, Rudy Gobert with a tremendous contest. And again, credit to Morris, who got the ball back, didn't do it quick enough, but tried to get back and get another shot up. He was just a little too slow there. So an incredible defensive stand for the Utah Jazz after a phenomenal offensive performance from Donovan Mitchell. Can
I stall Paul George out just a little bit?
Sure. That was probably unfair of me.
On 2 occasions.
Okay.
20 and 10 last night for Paul George. Pretty damn good game. I want to say he might have had 6 assists too.
I feel like he's doing that a lot. Yeah. I feel like he's putting up a double-double pretty regularly here in these playoffs.
Well, you mentioned it on the show call we had earlier. He's a perfect number 2, and he's playing a great number 2 right now. Yep. You know what I'm saying? Off the top of my head, I got to look. Off the top of my head, he's probably averaging probably 22, 7 and 7 for the playoffs.
He only had 2 assists last night, just for the record. Okay. But I think your averages there are probably pretty accurate. If we just pull up his postseason averages for this postseason, I feel like he's in that double range.
3, 9, and 5.7.
Those are his averages for the playoffs.
Yeah,
man, those are good numbers.
Those are good numbers, man.
Those are good numbers.
So he had 20 and 10 last night. That was a good game, and then. I agree. He could have got really thirsty and took that shot. There was openings there, but he hit the previous three to get it to 3. That was a big 3 as well. They were down 6. He hit a big time 3 to get it to 3, with the chance to get a stop and score again.
One thing that I took a shot at Paul George for no reason. When you look at that final possession, he had a lane. And when he caught the ball, he absolutely had a lane. The problem is with the Jazz had played such good defense on them, so much time had run off the clock. You really weren't in a position to where it didn't matter if you took a 2 or a 3. By the time he got the ball at the top of the floor, he probably realized, oh, I got it. He starts to take it, and he's like, nope, that ain't gonna work. And he turns around and gives the ball back to Kawhi, who couldn't get free.
Paul George is skilled enough. He could have got a step back in on that. He could have. If he wanted that shot at all costs, he could have got his little sidestep 3 or something like that. He could have.
Maybe he could have. Yeah,
I would have liked him taking that.
Same for know.
Kawhi. Kawhi kind of got, but Kawhi, his load up is a little different. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't have the fluidness off the bounce from that far away that a Paul George has. So maybe he didn't have the chance to take the shot. But
I just pulled up the final play here on Synergy. Yeah, they got into it pretty quick. This is just all, and I see why Paul George got the ball back to him so quick, because
looked like Kawhi might have been open.
Yeah, the Jazz collided. He probably thought they weren't going to. They recovered pretty quickly. He probably thought they weren't going to recover that fast. So, my apologies to Paul George. He made a solid play right there, thinking that he was gonna be able to find Kawhi, and he just couldn't. But maybe you're right. He probably could have shot it.
He could have. He's skilled enough. And
Kawhi didn't make a clean pass.
Yeah, man. But they got the guys in the chat that pointed out there, right? He was 4-17 from the field.
Yeah, I mean,
not a great. He's doing all right this postseason. He's doing all right. Not great, not bad. He's doing all right.
Let's talk more about this game. Let's talk. You know who we saw on the floor last night for the first time? You might be familiar with him, DeMarcus Cousins.
What
a fascinating story DeMarcus Cousins is. We'll come back. We'll talk about that, and we'll have your next opportunity to win $1,000 here. It's the Summer of Cash contest with D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Hey, Kenny Caraway here, and we'll talk about it more on the show, but I think that Clippers Jazz game or series might be the best series of the second round, and I can promise you this, while I'm sitting back watching that series, I'm definitely going to have me a little gin and juice. You know how I like to do it, and that gin is always going to come from McQueen and a Violet Fog gin. It's the smooth, distinct citrus flavor that cools and refreshes me every single time. No lie, man. The Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So that tells me two things. Number one, because of that, the quality that you get from every bottle of McQueen is completely unmatched. And number two, they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. So check this out. Go order yourself a bottle at drizzly.com, or you can grab a bottle next time you're out in the store. And if the store doesn't have it, you know the routine. Let me know. Let Damien know. We'll talk to our guy, Ben, over at the Sovereign Brands. We'll get that re-up. If you want some, we'll get you some. That's just the bottom line of that. Once you have it, you can show us how much you enjoy McQueen and the Violet Fog gin by tagging your posts at D'Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog. And we just need to go ahead and let the entire region, the entire valley, know about the biggest boss when it comes to who is the best in the game, when it comes to the best gin out there. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. Hey, Peyton, I'm gonna get it up there on the socials, man. The court is popping off right now. The court is popping off. I had to make sure the lines dried out, so that's why I'm not out there. But the court's popping off right now.
Well, no, you're not out there because you're doing a radio show.
Well, I mean, yeah, literally right now. I mean,
okay.
Last night I didn't go on. I haven't tested it out.
Gonna be doing some. It's just going show gonna look like this. I don't know what happened, man. Can he just? Yeah, he signed on today. I don't know what it is. Yeah, they're working.
Yeah, man. But nah, it's all. There's a couple other little touches we putting on there, but it's popping off right now. Hey, he ain't trash. Will S. You got a triple double, 20 and 10. You know what I'm saying? He's doing all right. I'm not saying he's the MVP of the playoffs, but he's doing all right. Look at the numbers. 27, 9, and 6. Come on, show some respect.
Put some respect on my name.
Well, Bryce, I actually missed the first 3 shots that I took. And then I just got wet. I was but yeah, first 3 shots I missed.
Bad luck. You know I'm gonna be over there. You know where that ball gonna be? It's gonna be in your neighbor's backyard.
That's why we getting them nets up.
Oh, I was gonna ask if you was gonna do something like that.
I got the nets on order too, man. Got to get them things up.
DeAndre Hunter's out the rest of the season.
Oh no, that's big blow.
Yeah, that's tough. It's tough.
That's a big blow.
Had him out yesterday with right knee soreness. They said he's going to need meniscus surgery. That's a good point, Mark. His neighbors on an estate. Yeah, it's a good call. That's my bad. I mean, it's like I got a bad shot. That's why it was way. You know, I would have missed it by a lot. Would have looked like Game 7 at Arco with me out there. Oh. Uncalled for jokes over here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. The Summer of Cash contest continues at 110. Your next opportunity to win $1,000. If you missed the start of the show, 72881. That's going to be the line that you text the code word to, and we're going to give you that code word 10 minutes past the hour. 72881. Lock that number in your phone. You're going to need it for like the next month. We giving mad money away. It's the Summer of Cash contest here on ESPN 1320. Again, your next opportunity coming up in about 20 minutes here. We had just mentioned here for those on the chat, DeAndre Hunter of the Atlanta Hawks. He's going to be out for the remainder of the season. He's going to undergo meniscus surgery. Of course, he missed last night's game with what was labeled as right knee soreness. Well, now we know why his right knee was sore. My man needs meniscus surgery. So it's tough, man. He has had some moments this year. He has had some moments in this postseason where he's played pretty well.
Yes, absolutely. He was big time in that Knicks series.
Yeah, it's tough loss for Atlanta. Bogey, by the way, for everyone who loves Bogey, he was 6 of 16 last night for 14 points.
Hit a 3 and got a nice yell in. Hey, look, man.
I'm just mentioning it. I just wanted everybody loves Bogey. New sitcom out here in Sacramento. I just wanted to give you his stat line. Nobody yells for their 6th made shot and their 14th point like Bogdanovich does. And thank God, after all those years with the Sacramento Kings, he finally got out of here. I just love seeing Bogdanovich on this stage. Oh, thank goodness. As if he's endured hell or something here, missing 15 straight postseasons.
Bogdan has he's really locked down the 3-pointer made. I'm gonna start yelling at the top of my lungs. Like he does that.
Hey, we talk about
once again, kind of like you mentioned. I'm 2 of 9 from the field. I just hit my second shot with this 3, but I'm gonna what?
And we're down 4. And I realize I'm coming across as a Bogey hater. I don't hate Bogey. Bogey's a very fine player. What agitates me more than anything else is the Hawks beat writers who take the opportunity. Bogey hits a 3. The Kings didn't match that $72 million. Like, fam, that was his 6th point. What are you talking about? Like, sometimes I see these tweets and think, man, Bogey must got like 40 tonight. No, and it's cool because it's new for the Hawks, right? It's going to be enjoyable. Let's see what happens next year when people are talking matching. And you could throw this back in my face if needed. I'll take it. Let's see what happens next year if Bogey is still regularly scoring 14 points a game. 14 points is a very nice number. It's a very good number. But let's see if the Atlanta Hawks fans, and more specifically the beat writers, are as high on Bogey next year when it's not so new.
Speaking of Bogey, speaking of the Hawks, I would try and steal Cam Reddish off their roster. I don't know. Cam Reddish might be completely a bust. He may be, but that's a guy I'd take a chance on if I was Monty McNair. Now, that have nothing to do with like the Buddy Bogey, or excuse me, the Buddy Bagley combination. I'd be like, yo, you want a second rounder? Like, you want future second rounder? Like, which Cam Reddish is wasting away.
Did he play?
I haven't seen him playing
he
months
played.
and Sundays, as my mom would say.
What would Cheryl and Elgrove say?
Months and Sundays.
Okay. All right. I've never heard that before. I like it. I'm digging it. I'm digging it for sure.
I would try to steal him.
I don't know. It might not even be stealing. It might be trick or treating. Like, oh, here you go. Here's Cam Reddish. I guess.
I gotta see, his deal might be coming out.
We've talked about the stars. We've talked about pieces. Cam Reddish would probably fall under the piece. Like he's like, but
he's project.
That's what it would be. Some would say he's the projects, not project. He's actually the projects. We're gonna try to turn it into a high-rise tower here in Sacramento. Joel Embiid, man, was extraordinary last night. We mentioned DeAndre Hunter he's going to miss the remainder of the series. He's going to miss the remainder of the postseason with a meniscus surgery. And you realize that Joel Embiid was 13 of 25 last night. He had 13 rebounds to go with his 40 points. And he's dealing with I guess it's a partially torn meniscus, but like whatever he's dealing with. He seems to be dealing with it just fine because even in their loss in game 1, he's come back and he's looked really, really good. He looked extraordinary. He looked like he looked like an MVP yesterday.
He did. He frustrated me a little bit in the third quarter because he started getting into his perimeter jump shooting bag, and I was like, "Fam,
it's not a very deep bag."
Yeah, I'm not saying that you have to. It's part of what makes you special is that you can hit a jump shot. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you have to exclusively be on the block, but sometimes you're just belling these guys out when you're 7'1", 300 whatever pounds, and you're out there shooting sidestep mid-range jump shots. Like, get on the block. But man, big time game for him when the team needed it most. Absolutely.
Joel Embiid has 79 points so far in this series. That is the most in the first 2 games of a playoff series for quite a while. Looks like the only person with more. Is this right? Embiid score set is wow. Allen Iverson scored 90.
Oh yeah, in 2001
in the first 2 games of the conference finals.
Yeah. Oh, he was cooking. That 2001 run is near and dear to my heart. So when I tell you those games that I have on videotape, I had all those playoff games on videotape.
Okay.
He went crazy.
Just want to be clear. You still have the VHS?
Our guy Matthew Pearson, I said I would give him to him. I don't really have a need for him. He's a Philadelphia guy. I said when they're in my mom's store, when I get to him, I'll give them to him.
Our man Matt, yeah. So just so Matt knows, I don't know that Matt knows what. Matt's a young man. I don't know that he knows what a VCR is.
I don't know either. He said, give them to me. I was like, VHS. You know that, right? He's like, yeah.
I don't know. What do I do with this? This is gigantic. What am I supposed to do with this thing? There can't possibly be a machine this big that plays something like this. I remember when we got our first VCR, boy, it was lit. I don't even know what we did with it because VHS tapes used to cost a fortune.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I don't even know what we did with it. Maybe we rented them
blank tapes though. Yeah, you get them blank tapes. I record, stuff off TV, record all those games, record movies or whatever. That's another reason why I used to watch Above the Rim all the time. Had it on VHS.
I recorded Papa Shango lighting some jobbers' feet on fire on WWE Superstars, WWF Superstars. And the worst was, dude, the timer. Some of y'all won't realize the struggle of setting a timer on a VHS. And when you're like 11, 10-year-old D'Lo, and you're trying to set the timer for Saturday night's main event, so it clicks on at 11:30 p.m. and you wake up in horror to find out you actually set it for 11:30 a.m. and you missed Hulk Hogan and King Kong Bundy last night. Boy, them VCR timers were a buster. They were awful.
Ruined your whole week, man.
Oh, man. Missing Saturday night's main event was the worst. Or if you fall asleep, when you fall asleep like that late, you wind up waking up. It's not too late to miss anything. But Saturday night main event was always structured like Saturday Night Live. It would be front loaded. So Hulk Hogan wouldn't be on at the end. Hulk Hogan would be on at like 11:40. Yeah. And you don't if you fall asleep before 11:30, you're not waking up at like 11:50. You're waking up at like 12 something, and I'm waking up just in time to see like the Killer Bees or something. Like, oh, damn it! Versus Corporal Kushner.
John Bull takes it to another level on YouTube. He says, "My favorite is when you wanted to record your favorite song on the radio.
Oh, so
you leave the radio on all night and wake up at like 3:30 a.m. and record half of a song with the DJ talking over it. Look, man." Your people, you might not have been there yet, but your people at 102.5 and between the sheets, my mixtapes were crazy.
Oh, yeah.
My mixtapes were crazy with, let me press this record here, get that Too Short and Little Kim. Oh, yeah, call me. You know what it is. My mixtapes were crazy, man.
And every once in a while, them folks at KSFM would let the wrong version play because it'd be like 12 o'clock. It'd be midnight, and they'd let that real deal version drop out there.
Out Shock G, man. Shout out Shock G.
Y'all don't, man. There were a lot of ladies in the Citrus Heights area of the San Juan Unified School District who got some early D-Lo mixtapes that y'all didn't know. Y'all didn't know. It's going to turn out, I don't know what they're collector's items for, man, but if y'all held on to those tapes, woo! And Troop, all I do is think of you was a staple on every record, so every tape.
I learned, maybe this is embarrassing, but maybe about a year ago. I didn't know that was a remake. I didn't know that was a Michael Jackson song.
It was a Jackson 5 record.
And dare I say, Troop did it better. I'm
better.
Sorry, no disrespect.
Way better. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging that. It's way, way better. It's like Ike and Tina did Proud Mary better. Like, it's way, way better. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge.
Can I acknowledge two things here? Well, I know we're talking Philly and Atlanta, but
Summer of Cash keyword coming up in 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Got you. Clippers, Jazz. I want to acknowledge two things. Number one, looking back on that last play, Marcus Morris could have passed it back to Kawhi. Kawhi was wide open, 3-point shot. He gave the pump fake. Gobert went around him. He sidestepped. Get that thing back to Kawhi. Boom. Get it back to him. Wide open three. And then two things. I don't think I can classify it as a movie, but the old Delta Center was popping last night. That was going pretty hard on the screen last night.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything nice about Utah, but wow, Kawhi was open. Holy smokes! If he could have gotten that ball back, Kawhi, not wide open,
right? But he would
not open. Yeah, he could have gotten. He probably could have got. He
wanted the ball. Kawhi was like,
he did the clap. He did the universal open gym clap. Like, give me the ball. Utah's always been a really good crowd. Like, they've always had, I think back to the Derek Fisher moment. To me, like, that's an all-time playoff moment. It didn't amount to anything or whatever, but knowing the story of Derek Fisher and his daughter and that whole deal and catching a plane, coming in for that series, I think the fans were rocking that baby blue at the time.
Yeah, it was a baby blue. Yeah.
And, man, he walked out there to that ovation and got that response, not only from the crowd, but from his opponents.
Right.
Yeah, that was Utah's, despite what we hear about Utah, their crowds have always been pretty into it.
Yeah. I came up with something though.
Can't have
I don't think a crowd can be a movie without a drought. So what we
You're really hung up on this movie thing, fam.
well, people want to say, well, why was MSG a movie and that wasn't a movie? I'm trying to explain to y'all. I don't think it could be a movie without a drought.
So was Phoenix a movie? Because I don't think you gave Phoenix movie status.
I didn't give a movie because it wasn't a movie. It was really good though. It was lit.
Utah better than Phoenix?
Last night Utah might have been better than Phoenix. Utah was
good. Yeah, Utah was good.
Utah was popping. But Phoenix, the first Phoenix one, like the opening game against the Lakers, that was close to movie status. Might have been movie status. But I'm thinking, it's got to be a Phoenix. It's got to be Sacramento's going to be a movie. I think Chicago's going to be a movie when they get back into the postseason. That's going to be crazy. So
Chicago's always got great crowds.
Yeah, it's got to be something like that. Washington, not there in there.
No,
might not be too many movies left. When Seattle gets a team, it's going to be a movie. Vegas, oh man, Vegas when they get a team, it's going to be late. You know how many weekend shows we going to do in Vegas?
Yeah, none. Absolutely none. I will be here.
King's going to be in Vegas on a Friday night. We're going live from Vegas.
Nope, not happening. One half of us might be going live from Vegas. I'm gonna be at the house with my dogs, and you can be at the stadium pool, which I saw. Like, I guess everybody. Did y'all just charter a flight and go together? Vegas was all over my Instagram this weekend, and I saw someone at that stadium joint that you were talking about with the giant screens,
crazy.
and then a God knows what infested pool. That you just you just stand in it. That's all you just do. There's thousands of people. Like, think about this for a minute. There's thousands of people that you don't know standing in the same water. Just think about that for a minute. You don't know any of these people.
To some people, it sounds like a blast.
Sounds like something.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna be in the middle of the pool, man. I gotta get me a cabana.
All right.
I'm not going to be in the middle of the pool with all the people. It's not my job.
Okay, you could be in Vegas. So what happens first? The movie at the Golden One Center or the movie in Seattle or Vegas?
I mean, that would be pretty embarrassing. Like, the movie at the Golden One Center has to happen. The Seattle and Vegas is at least 5 years away. Bruh. That would be pretty embarrassing.
Bruh. Would that not be the most humiliating end of this story? Seattle gets awarded a team and makes the playoffs before the Sacramento Kings do. That is the ultimate humiliating end of this story.
That might send me over the edge. That might send me. I might have to opt out of my fan contract.
That's grounds for opting out of your fan contract. It's in the fine print. If you look closely at your fan contract, it's in the fine print.
Yeah, there's not a lot that could break me, because it's more than just I'm from Sacramento, so it holds that, but. If that were to happen, bruh, yeah, I'm opting out. Free agent.
I'd have to win your you'd go straight to New York. You'd be the first big free agent New York ever landed. An interesting note, we were talking about Joel Embiid and the extraordinary game that he had last night to help the 76ers even things out against the Atlanta Hawks. Joel Embiid finished second in MVP voting.
Mm-hmm.
So, and rightfully so, in my opinion. Nikola Jokic finished number one.
Mm-hmm.
Joel Embiid finished number two. That's odd considering. Isn't the center dead? Isn't the center position dead? As dead as a running back in the NFL? Like you've got by the measurements of this year, the two best players in the league were both at the center position.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to tell us. The center is dead. Positionless basketball, small ball, death lineups.
Joel feels like a center to me.
Yes.
Nikola Jokic does not.
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic doesn't feel like a center.
Ball at the top of the key, handles it, facilitates some things. Yeah. He's not your traditional center.
All kidding aside, man, he's really graceful with the basketball. Like, he handles that ball as good as anyone in the league does.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and his vision, the way he sees the game, it's next level, man. It really is next level. And I'm watching Joel last night, and like I said, I got a little frustrated with him, but he's out here hitting the same step backs that Paul George is hitting.
Yeah, 2 threes yesterday.
It's crazy. It's crazy what he's able to do, man.
The one thing I think about Joel, sorry, Casey. The one thing I think about Joel is you talk about those step backs, those plays from that we see Paul George do, that we see guards do, right?
Mm-hmm.
I never feel like, and we'll talk about DeMarcus Cousins here in a few minutes, and this will ring true for Kings fans. If you ever watch, like, if DeMarcus takes a three in the first 3 minutes of a game and it falls, you're probably getting 6 to 8 more.
Facts.
Like, he'll get that first one. Like, there's the great video of him at USA Basketball with, I think it's Steph, and he says he's going to be the third splash brother, and he shoots like 4 threes and he misses all of them. So if he had made that first one, though, he would have been telling everybody to this day he's the third splash brother. I feel like Joel knows, like, there's a limit. Like, I don't ever feel like Joel, and I'm sure there are exceptions that 76ers fans would love to tell me about, but I don't ever feel like Joel goes overboard and stretching the floor and shooting a bunch of threes.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
He does it well for a guy his size, but he's still not. Oh yeah, no. You don't want Joel taking that shot. He's not in that status. It's like, no, you got to defend it, but you'd rather have him there than in the block.
He did. He's brought that back a little bit though, as far as like taking that shot too much.
Okay,
I think a year or two ago he was doing too much of the 3-point shooting, and he's brought it back to the block a little bit. Like I said, they let him rock a little bit in that mid range where he wants to step back and do all that. But he's brought that back. There was a time about a year or two ago, and I remember Shaq and all those guys getting on his head like, "Why? Come on, what are you doing? You're the biggest guy on the court, and you're out here hanging out on the perimeter." He doesn't do that as much anymore. Did you see him slap the hell out of Tony Snell last night?
I did. Did we talk about the Triple H thing? Did we talk about that yesterday?
When he got fouled?
No.
No. We talked about it.
He made the entrance with him.
Yeah, was it on the air or no? I was talking to my cousin about that. We didn't talk about it.
He came out and they did the whole DX gimmick. WWE, God bless them, made special shirts with Triple H, Shawn Michaels, and it was Joel Embiid, the little character in the middle. They went on to lose that game, so Triple H ain't invited to the cookout anymore. Right. But I was like, man, that's WWE smart. They know how to capitalize on an opportunity. And of all of the things to bring back, the crotch chop is not one of them.
Yeah, no, let's not do that.
Let's let that die in the late 90s, and let's not bring that back. But I love that that's what they came back for. Like, it's the executive vice president of global relations right there, and he's crotch chopping Joel Embiid before the Sixers' biggest game of the year.
Triple H doing his best to be the new Ric Flair. Celtics fan, Triple H. Starting the playoff game off for the Sixers, getting his Ric Flair on.
Yeah, well,
the bag came through though, so it's really all that matters.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters. But I thought that gimmick was pretty funny, man. It made me laugh. And now, did anything that you saw sway you yesterday? Like, was game 2 more indicative of the series, or was game 1 more indicative of the series? If I forced you to pick right now,
I would say game 1.
Really?
Yeah. If I had to pick, because it took Shake Milton saving them to get that game.
But they were playing. Okay, I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that. I know you've been high on Shake Milton. We were talking about him before the show. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that. But before you do,
here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
10 minutes after the hour, every hour, it's time for the Summer of Cash contest. Your chance to win $1,000. Text the code word ROCK to 72881. That's ROCK, ROCK, to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. Quick side note. Y'all still getting charged for messages and data? Didn't we get rid of that like 4 years ago? Like, are you not on the unlimited plan yet?
Then people say they got the Fave 5. The people who getting charged for text messages, they still got a Fave 5.
Who's like, damn it, I want to win this contest, but this is going to be a 35-cent text. Shoot, I don't know what to do. I know everyone's going to think that I picked the words. I swear to God, it's just a coincidence that the word is rock. That is not a word that I picked. 72881. Make sure you store that number away. Friendly reminder for those who are just tuning in. That is not the station's text line. Do not send your smart ass responses to what we're saying to that text line. The company will block you.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't ruin your chance to win $1,000 because you thought you had something funny. Save that for Twitch. Save that for YouTube. Save it for Twitter, where that type of stuff belongs. And remember, 1 hour from right now, 10 minutes past the hour, every hour during the show here, we're going to have your next opportunity to win $1,000. Now, Shake Milton, the 76ers were up pretty comfortably in that game. I know you like to use the term turn off the water, cut off the water here. I thought Shake Milton, I thought he came in and kind of accentuated what the 76ers were already doing rather than like changing the course of where the 76ers were headed.
Well, the biggest sequence of the game to me was at the end of the third quarter. I'm going to try and pick it up here. When Shake came in there and hit that he hit a big time shot at the buzzer to give them, I think, a 7-point lead or whatever. Yeah, it gave him a 7-point lead. But it was a huge sequence because it was 88-83. They fouled Joel Embiid, I think, got to 88-84. They fouled Joel Embiid before that. They got it down to 4. And then Shake Milton hit the big 3 to get it to 7. He came out, I think he had 2 more threes in the beginning of the fourth quarter that just kind of, he had a nice little alley-oop to Dwight Howard as well. It just kind of broke the back of that Atlanta comeback attempt. And then it swelled up to 17 before you knew it. So I thought he had a game-changing moment last night. Him coming in, hitting a big shot at the end, and then hitting 2 other big threes to begin the fourth really jump-started that team. It jump-started the crowd, too. I mean, I think they love Shake Milton.
I think they do, too. And DeMarcus Cousins had a moment that looked like it was going to jumpstart his run here in the postseason. And then it turned out it didn't. We'll talk about that as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station in your home of the Summer Cash Contest here on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I've seen the crazy. I'm about to send this to you, Damien. This is crazy. This is crazy. Lance Woods has a video of this guy doing these training stuff. And I agree with Lance. Lance says, I've accepted the fact that I no longer know the rules of basketball. This is ridiculous.
Man, what a great shot from Shake Milton at the end of the third quarter. That was fantastic.
That was
fantastic. I just pulled that up here.
Oh,
that was a great shot.
Come on, man.
I guess.
This is stupid.
What?
Come on, man.
He just took like 7 steps. Is Lance getting worked?
I don't think so.
He legit took like 4 steps.
I checked the dude's profile. It's like a real basketball trainer.
Oh, man. I guess I don't get it either.
I can see what they're doing. I can see him saying that's just 2 steps after you pick up the dribble, but that don't seem right. That don't seem like you can do that.
Yep, it sure doesn't, especially the one where he gets behind the 3-point line. And he's playing like hopscotch. Yeah. He's like, hey, it's cool.
You can't do that. You can't do that. Oh, man.
Look like a sidekick right here. Holding it up like this.
When he first did that, I was like, wait, what? It's like, hold on, man.
It's my case.
I don't know.
Beta was before VHS. It's just a different type of videotape. It's a completely different type of videotape. Like that was even before my time. Like those weren't around very long at all. Do you know what a laser disc is, Jesse? It's like imagine a DVD like the size of a record. That's basically what it was.
Hey, who on here or in the chat ever tried to get your PlayStation like jacked where you could use burnt DVDs or burnt games on there? You ever did that? Like where you could get it what's the term they use for it? But you put a chip in the PlayStation and then you can like rent RBI Baseball from Blockbuster, copy it onto a blank disc, put that in the PlayStation, and you can play the copy disc in there. I did that and I broke my PlayStation. Like I took it apart where the chip said to take it apart, and then I got so far where I didn't know how to bring it back, and it was didn't work.
James Ham going to join us today, coming up at 3:20, and the Summer of Cash contest begins 10 minutes after the hour. Every hour here during D-Lo and KC, your next opportunity to win coming up at 2:10. Make sure you're locked and you're listening out for that code word. The code word for DeMarcus is not stripping the ball from Rudy Gobert, leading to a basket on the other end of the floor, and thus that resulting in more playing time. It's a hell of a word, but it wasn't the code word for DeMarcus Cousins as he stepped in, and he got some Kings fans who still very much love DeMarcus Cousins excited. Hey, there we go, Boogie getting some minutes. You see what he does. Guess what I'm talking about. We see what Boogie could do out there on the floor.
Miss P, she's a huge Boogie Cousins
fan. The Kings fans are funny. You either love them or you hate them, and the ones that really love him, or the ones that love him, really, really love him. And I was excited for DeMarcus when I saw him out there. I was like, okay, good. He's playing. Oh, he's making plays. Mm-hmm. He played 3 minutes and 59 seconds, and it brought up, man, the career trajectory, the career arc of DeMarcus Cousins is just a phenomenal thing to look at. He was arguably one of the greatest players in the league. Like, he was one of the best players in the league. And that stretch leading into his Achilles injury was some of the best basketball I think he had ever been playing. And nothing has been the same since. Like, literally, absolutely nothing has been the same since it was New Orleans and Houston. And he goes down on the sideline clutching his Achilles. And everybody knew in that moment he just tore his Achilles. Nothing has been for the same for him. He's played since the 2018-19 season. I can't remember the exact month that he got hurt. But dating back to that 2018-19 season, he's played 71 games since then.
Wow.
This is a dude who was averaging 27 points a game. And now he's getting 3 minutes and 59 seconds in a playoff game for the Los Angeles Clippers, which is like his fifth team. Yeah. Kings, Pelicans, Warriors, Lakers, Rockets.
Yeah.
Clippers. It's his 16.
That's crazy. I don't think he played a game for the Clippers or for the Lakers.
For the Lakers, he didn't. But I think he got a paycheck from the Lakers.
He absolutely did. I think he got a ring from the Lakers too, didn't he? Was he on that team?
He did. No, I think he was. He was on that team. Yeah. Remember, last year was a super duper long season.
That's right.
I think DeMarcus got a ring for that Pelicans one. And he was instrumental. If you can take yourself back to the Warriors series,
he had a couple big games in the finals.
He was the reason they won one of those games. I think it was game two. I was going to say game two. Okay, game two. He was the reason they won that game.
Game two, he was balling out, made some big plays. I was talking about the injuries. That postseason, he tore his quad.
Mm-hmm.
He came back from that to play in the NBA Finals, I believe. Yeah. So, I mean, he's had the worst injuries that you could have for an athlete. Mm-hmm. You know, tearing his ACL, tearing his Achilles, tearing his quad. I was glad to see him out there. I saw him out there, and right when he got that strip, I was like, "Oh, Marcus Morris is back in the game. Oh, nice little move by Marcus Morris. Wait, that's not Marcus Morris. That's gotta be the Marcus. That's gotta be the Marcus." And then he runs the floor, gets a little and one. I was like, "Look at DeMarcus. Maybe they'll play him this series. I like that. And yeah, he didn't play much at all after that. But I think there's room for him in this series if Ty Lue wants to play him. You can't. The Clippers started out with this small lineup, Marcus Morris guarding Rudy Gobert. It worked. You know, they were able to stretch the floor, pull him away from the basket, do some stuff like that. But on the other end, maybe Marcus was getting worn down as the game went along. And I feel like you could steal a couple of minutes. You could steal 5 minutes a half with DeMarcus Cousins, because Zubac was effective when he got out there. You could steal some minutes with DeMarcus Cousins out there. I really believe that.
Just think about what we're talking about, though. How wild is that? We're talking about DeMarcus Cousins stealing minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Like DeMarcus has got a gold medal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we're talking about how can we work him in behind Marcus Morris Sr.? It's crazy, man. And I genuinely wonder if it's like, well, we're not in a position to figure out how effective DeMarcus is going to be. We know this works.
Right.
Like DeMarcus didn't start the season with the Clippers. Started the season with the Rockets. And I thought things were going pretty well with him, but obviously the Rockets made a decision. We're going in a different direction. There's really no point in you being on this roster. They guaranteed his contract for the year to make sure that he was paid, which was a rare class move by the Houston Rockets. And then, you know, they let him go elsewhere, wound up getting picked up by the Clippers very, very late.
Right.
And we thought when he was go from the Rockets, based on the way he was playing, he was probably going to have some suitors. He did no such thing. He didn't.
You know, I want to get back to DeMarcus, but you know what I think of when I see DeMarcus's injuries and coming back? I think about Klay Thompson. And I remember when DeMarcus got hurt the first time, maybe even the second time, the thing was, oh, well, it's going to be okay because DeMarcus' game wasn't above the rim. He had a game that was kind of, you know, it was about being on the floor and under the basket anyway. So this isn't really going to affect him. And we see he's just clearly not the same. Clearly, he just can't do it the same. And we're talking about a big man. We're talking about a guy that's around the basket. Klay Thompson is going to have to chase Donovan Mitchell's around the court, chase Dame Lillard's around the court. And he as well, aside from the quad injury, has had two of the worst injuries that somebody could have on a basketball court. And people talk, you know, Warrior fans talk about, oh, we're getting Klay back next year and we'll just plug him. I don't know, man. I really do hope so, because I like Klay Thompson.
Had Achilles and ACL.
Yeah. Achilles.
Is that right? He had the Achilles and the ACL.
Yeah. And I really do hope that Klay can come back and be okay. You know, I don't expect him to be what he was, but be okay. But man, that seems like a tough ask.
Okay, so is it the fact that it's two injuries and not one? Like if it had just been, the ACL,
I think the Achilles is devastating in it alone. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, alone. But who's the best player on the planet right now? Your man's in Brooklyn. He's coming off an Achilles.
Yeah, he is coming off.
I mean, Kevin Durant don't look any different to me.
Yeah, you're right about that.
And he made sure what my man Jared on TNT knew the other day when he asked him that question about it being 2 years. Like, what'd you expect me to say to that? I don't. I know that question that soundbite got some run. I don't think Kevin Durant was crazy for that response. I thought it was. I get where Jared was going with the question. I get he was trying to get this emotional response, but you gotta know who you're talking to. Kevin Durant's not that guy. Right. He's not going to respond that way. But at least he laughed it off and didn't eviscerate him there on the spot. But that's the dude coming off an Achilles injury, and there isn't a player on the planet that looks better than Kevin Durant right now.
It is, and Kevin Durant is also Kevin Durant, though. You know what I'm saying? That's like people.
Well, but
that's why I say all the time, when we were talking about Mac Jones. Well, what was Brady's combine thing? Tom Brady is not mobile. Okay, it's Tom Brady, right? Like if you're expecting somebody to be him, or you're expecting Clay to, not saying that you are, but if somebody's expecting Clay to be the same as Kevin Durant, no, Kevin Durant is just a freak.
But aren't injuries like an equalizer in that aspect? Like Kevin Durant is Kevin Durant on the basketball court, right? Like that when you say Kevin Durant, he's Kevin Durant, you're talking about the basketball player. Well, you rip your Achilles when your one tendon now becomes two. Well, it's like I think you're evening the playing field here a little bit. So he comes back from that injury. You still look at him and go, that's Kevin Durant. That's not Kevin Durant post Achilles injury. That's Kevin Durant right there. So I guess what I'm asking you is, are you concerned about the Achilles injury for Klay Thompson? Are you concerned that he's going from the Achilles injury or I guess it was the ACL injury into the Achilles injury?
Yeah, it's both of them.
And it's the fact that he's been rehabbing now for 2 years rather than playing basketball. Is that?
It's a combination of both of them. It's a combination of both of them. And it's the fact that he ain't 6'10" like Kevin Durant. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just not who he is. Now, he gonna shoot to the day he dies. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just what it is. He gonna be an automatic one of the best shooters in the world for the rest of his life. I don't have any problem with him catching and shooting and being able to shoot, but moving on the defensive end, being able, if somebody's crowding in space, to create his own shot off the dribble. KD can do that. KD can he's probably not as fast or quick as he was before, but he can still rise up over the top of you. Clay, if you got a Paul George guarding him, it's a tough assignment right now. It's a tough assignment, or vice versa. If he's guarding Paul George, tough assignment. So I hope he comes back and he's 80% of what he was, 85% of what he was.
Well, what percentage do you think Kevin Durant is? Because if this isn't Kevin Durant is 100%,
he's looking like he's 100. He's looking like he's 100. I'll tell you that. I'm sure he's not, just because I find it hard to believe that he can be 100% off of that, but he's looking like 100. If you ask him, like in realistic, are there things maybe you lost a step or something like that, he might tell you, yeah, lost a little bit of a step. I have to compensate for that. But he's looking like he's 100%. That's for sure.
If you want to get in on these phone lines, by the way, you can 916-349-1320. You can watch along with us as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Make sure you follow us there, or go to youtube.com/ESPN1320. Hit the subscribe button. And if you're watching right now, and there are a lot of you you got to hit the thumbs up button, man. What are y'all doing? Just hit it's a little icon. Watch how quickly it takes. Hit the thumbs up. Boom. That's all you got to do. That's easy. Just reach over there, click that button, and know that 40 minutes from now, we've got your next opportunity to win $1,000 with the Summer of Cash contest as we roll along here with D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320. James Ham coming up at 3:20. By the way, we'll come up. We've got to talk about your San Francisco Giants.
Come on now. Man, forget it, man. Giving them air horns, man. They deserve it. Best record in baseball. Let's go.
Well, we weren't going to talk about them yet, but I guess there's a little preview for what's coming up.
We don't have to talk about them now. I'm just giving, every time we talk about them, they need air horns, especially after what happened last night.
Yeah, that was something last night. And speaking of things that were something, you ever hear a spider tack before?
Who?
Exactly. Garrett Cole did. He's heard of it. And man, oh man, if you have not heard his response to that question, you've got to hear about it. Because now, apparently in baseball, the way it works is cheating is another one of those unwritten rules that's handed down from generations to generation to generation, at least according to Garrett Cole. You'll hear that sound here coming up in just a couple of minutes, but we're
about that.
I know you do. We're talking about injuries, talking about big men, talking about DeMarcus Cousins, talking about Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant. Somehow, First Take, they wound up on Marvin Bagley.
On a side note, you brought up Marvin Bagley. He's been pretty much hurt the last 2 years, so I'm not going to get on him. Missed about 29 games this past season. Missed about damn near 70 games the season before that. It's been injury prone. I get it. But if you Marvin Bagley, we're going to remind you again, my brother, member of the Sacramento Kings. You got DeAndre Ayton now. You got Luka. You got Trey. And in the middle is you. You're on the verge of being considered Darko Milicic, all right? Get it together, brother. You got to be in that mix, okay? So get your health right and get ready to
don't want to be known for freestyling more than
that's right. You got your rap album that came out in 2019, but you paid to play ball. Let's get it together.
So Stephen A. Trying to motivate Marvin Bagley a little bit, and I'll tell you what alerted us to that clip. Normally, I'm a First Take get up guy. Mm-hmm. We had some messages in the chat like, did y'all see Stephen A. and Max trashing Marvin Bagley? Like, no, like I didn't see it. And I didn't see it. Like I didn't search it. Jesse grabbed the audio for us and I'm like, cool, Jesse, this is great. I need the clip though of Max and Stephen A. trashing Marvin Bagley.
Right.
It's like, no, that's all that they talked about Marvin Bagley. Like, no, Jesse, I need the clip that the Kings fans were talking about where they trashed him. Yeah, that clip doesn't exist. That's not what happened. Like what Stephen A. and Max, that's all they said about Marvin Bagley, and it sounded like it was just a motivational speech. And the thing that made me laugh is, come on, brother, you've got to get it together. You've got to get in that class. And I just envisioned Marvin sitting at home going, man, Stephen A. is right. I got to stop messing around and getting injured, man. I got to get my act together and stop getting injured because I don't want to be known more for my freestyles than my basketball play.
When you talk about Marvin Bagley.
Isn't that weird how he really dips deep into that accent? Like you notice it. It's really glaring at the beginning. He doesn't always sound like that.
On a side note, you brought up Marvin Bagley.
He doesn't always sound like that. It's like he went ever since the New York Knicks made the playoffs. Like his accent has gotten a little bit stronger. I just I'm envisioning poor Marvin Bagley sitting at home going, man, he's right. I got to stop getting hurt. I got to stop busting my hand or hurting my wrist or whatever. There's probably other things with Marvin Bagley we got to talk about. We'll talk with James Ham, as we mentioned, coming up at 3:20. James Ham, very generous in his grade of Marvin Bagley this season. Graded him out as a C. Maybe that's not overly generous. Like, I don't know what Kings fans. Let us know here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We mentioned those two channels because it's a great way to interact with the show immediately here in the chat. What would you grade Marvin Bagley for the season? I feel like most of Marvin Bagley, and I don't know that they still give out these grades. Check Reese's report card. I feel like most of Marvin Bagley's career would be graded out with an I.
Right.
Incomplete.
Right.
We don't have enough. He's not turning enough of his work in for us to give him a grade. Like, the work that he turns in is pretty good.
Right.
He's just not turning in enough of it. Mm-hmm. We don't have enough papers to grade here.
That's a good call. Yeah. First of all, shout out to Reese, straight A's.
Oh, that's the lead of the story. That's the lead of the day. Why didn't we lead with that?
Straight A's again for the young man. So big ups to him.
Reese, you know what happens if any of those grades slip? You don't get to go out there on that basketball court. And I pulled some things out of my packed boxes here for you to bring over to the house next time I come over.
Oh, I'm gonna let him know. Matter of fact, he don't see this on YouTube. I'm gonna let him know.
You let those A's slip to B's, but I'm gonna come back and I'm taking my action figures back. Not that I have boxes full of action figures or anything like that, but
Marvin Bagley, though, his grade, I got him at probably around a C. If I wanted to be like really critical, I could say a C minus.
Okay.
I thought we talked about it throughout the season. I thought he played when he was out there and he played. I thought he earned more playing time. I didn't have a huge problem. I know what everybody was saying in the metrics and all this other stuff. He's the worst defensive player in the league, or he's just got awful on defense. I didn't necessarily see it that way. I got to be honest with you. I saw there was moments when he was soft out there, and he wasn't. He was just a step slow, maybe, or whatever the case may be. But I didn't see him as being atrocious on the defensive end. But some of these numbers bear it out that way. So I give him a C. I give him a C as well.
Defense is such a hard statistic. Like when you measure points, it's almost like the assist stat in a way, because for the league leader in assist, you need obviously you need to put guys in position to make shots, but you also need guys to make shots. And with Marvin, with defensive statistics, I don't know that, like, you look at it, man, Dame Lillard's the scorer, man. Dame Lillard's the dominant scorer. We saw Donovan Mitchell last night. Joel Embiid, they are the focal point of the offense. When you hear the term focal point of the defense, it's usually the offensive player that you're guarding. You know what I mean? Like, you can't attribute to teams. You rarely attribute. You talk about great two-way players. You talk about Kawhi Leonard's, or you talk about Paul George's. We talk about Kevin Durant's. You talk about those guys. You talk about individual players. But it's really difficult to measure a guy's defensive ability on a team that is horrendous on the defensive side of the ball. And then you wind up with this chicken or the egg question. Is the Kings defense horrendous because of Marvin Bagley? Well, the statistics bear out that that's not accurate, because Marvin Bagley didn't play enough games to give the Sacramento Kings the most horrific defense in the league this year. One of the most horrific defenses in league history. But it's a difficult statistic to measure to me, where you just look at it and you go, oh man, Marvin's a really bad defender. Yeah, so was Buddy. You know what? Actually, so are the Sacramento Kings. And you can look at Harrison Barnes getting frustrated and looking at somebody side-eyed. You could look at De'Aaron Fox talking about playing on a string and all these different things. It don't matter. I don't look at any of those guys as elite defenders.
No. Yeah, I agree with you, and I don't know. I'm not here to say Marvin was a good defender. I don't want to make that argument, but he had his moments, and I don't think he was as bad as it seemed. A lot of that had to do, in my opinion, with the fact that, like you just mentioned, the whole team didn't play defense well. So I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't want to dismiss those numbers and defensive ratings and all this other stuff.
I don't think you have to dismiss them. We've got to find a balance with this, though. Like, you don't have to dismiss them, but we also don't have to look at it and go, well, Marvin Bagley's the reason the Kings were bad defensively.
Right.
I don't think so.
Right.
Not solely the reason the Kings were bad defensively.
Yeah. What grade did you give them?
I didn't. I don't know. I ain't handing out grades to nobody. I didn't. But if I were going to, I'd probably give him exactly what I said, an incomplete. I give him an incomplete for his entire freaking career. Hell, you go back to his first season's probably his most complete season as a pro.
Yeah.
Where I remember Marvin getting shut down, with a month and some change left. Nobody was concerned. It's like, oh, he's the guy next year. It don't even matter. Remember, we were clearing out cap room for Marvin and De'Aaron. The two max contracts coming our way. Got to make sure we got room for everybody. Hell, we analyzed every Ken Cantanella signing from there on out. Like, how did he structure this contract? How did he work out Harrison Barnes' extension? How did he do this? I get it. I see this, because we got to have moves. We got to have space for Marvin Bagley and De'Aaron Fox in those max contracts. And then last year went the way that it went. This year went the way that it went. So 14-7 through his entire career. Like, it's not like he has a year that propped up his stats. He's 14-7 every year, no matter how many games he's played, whether it's 3, whether it's 40, whether it's 30. He's 14-7. He's just not if I told you it was 14-7 in 72 games of an 82 game season, is anybody worried about Marvin?
Oh no, they want to.
Is that too low?
They want him back.
Because that's what Rashawn is, right? Roughly.
I'm about to say the same thing. Rashawn, except quiet as kept. Rashawn don't play 72 games. Rashawn don't play 62 games. Rashawn he get hurt a little bit. He get hurt a little bit.
He missed a lot of time last year.
Something just popped into my head. Is Marvin Bagley the Raheem Morris or not Raheem Morris, Raheem Mostert.
It's like, what? Wait a minute.
What? Morris, wait, what? Raheem Mostert of the Sacramento Kings.
I really couldn't wait to hear how you were going to tie Marvin Bagley to Raheem Morris together.
And you know how I feel about Mostert, where he's great. You can't, you got to bring him out in special occasions. He's a Porsche. You know what I'm saying? Marvin Bagley, maybe he can't start and play 35 minutes a night, but you get him in there off the bench. You get him in there with the second string guys, you know, and see how it's going. Maybe he plays some fourth quarters, things of that nature.
It's an interesting comp. We had a conversation last year during the rare moments that Raheem Mostert was completely healthy, where, and I think we even had this conversation one day with Kyle, where it was like, you know, Raheem Mostert's, you could argue he's a top 10 back in the league. I don't know if we've ever had that discussion about Marvin Bagley. I don't know that I'd put the Porsche tag on Marvin Bagley. No, I can't get behind that comp.
Okay.
Can't get behind that. Do you want to try to win me over with it? Because I can't. I listen to the Raheem Mostert comp, which is why you and I have said all 49ers offseason, I hope they get a running back like who could carry the ball 20 times. Because Raheem Mostert can't. And if he carries the ball 20 times in a game, he's probably not going to play for the next 3 weeks.
Right.
But I don't see Marvin in that sense. It's not like Marvin, you know, has his 2 best games of the year and then doesn't play, you know, the following game. It's usually a couple of games later that he winds up not playing.
Kings Biz 916, completely uncalled for. It says Bagley's a Toyota Camry at best. Let's keep it real.
Hey, that's a reliable car.
Camry is a nice car, though.
It's reliable.
It's reliable, and maybe he's not a Toyota Camry.
He's not. He's got way to, like, you could ride a Toyota to, you know, 200, 300,000 miles on it.
Yeah,
you ain't gonna do that with Marvin.
Yeah.
I don't know what a car comp is for Marvin.
A Ford.
Wow,
Ford's after like 75,000.
Ford after 70. Yeah, maybe.
I like Fords.
We've got another opportunity for you to win $1,000, the Summer of Cash contest with Dealing with KC. We've got that coming up, and we'll talk Kenny's San Francisco Giants.
Let's go. We here.
The hell is Spider Tact, and why is it getting so much attention? We've got that coming up as Dealing with KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. The temperatures have cooled down a little bit, so it's created some nice evenings where you could go flip on that patio fireplace if you're lucky enough to have one. Pour that glass McQueen and the Violet Fog gin and just kind of chill out with those games playing in the background, man. And McQueen and the Violet Fog gin is a perfect way to wind down your day. This Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. And you should know by now, we don't make much, but what we do make is damn good, which is why you got to work so hard to get yours. You got to go to drizzly.com, put in your address. You could have it delivered to you, or head out to your favorite retailer. And if for whatever reason your favorite retailer doesn't have McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, no problem. Let me know. Let Kenny know. We'll let Ben know, and we'll get the re-up. We'll make it happen. We've put the entire valley on notice about McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. We have put the entire nation on notice about McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. Out with those European gins, in with this Brazilian gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. Dealing with KC, remind you, be responsible, don't drink and drive.
Money, 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 money.
Da-do-do, do-do. Oh, there's a good comp right here. Marvin's an electric car. After 100 miles, you got to let it rest a while before you use it again. That's solid right there, good. Redacted. That's good work. That's good work. Y'all been on them thumbs up? Let me see. Got 65 watching, 65 people watching, 52 thumbs up. Come on, man. What are we doing?
Gotta step this
What
up.
do we haven't we discussed the importance of the thumbs up? That other station ain't even jumped in and hit the thumbs down yet. Like y'all got to get on that thumbs up. Get to the sophomore class's favorite number. Get up there, man. We're stalling out. Let's get that number up to. Look, we got 66 people watching just on YouTube, and we've got 53 likes.
So check this out. This is something you might like. I don't know if we'll bring this on air or not, but PFF, the top offensive play callers in the NFL per Eric Eager. Number 1, or I'll go from the bottom. Number 6, Byron Leftwich. Number 5, Joe Brady. Number 4, John Gruden. Number 3, Andy Reid. Number 2, Brian DeBoll. And number 1, Matt LaFleur.
I just don't get the John Gruden thing, man. I guess it's just me. I just don't get it.
Well, as this guy said in this reply, did Kyle Shanahan die?
I don't think so. Let me check. Let me see if Chris Biederman tweeted anything about Kyle Shanahan's death.
Joe Brady better than Kyle Shanahan? Do you know who Joe Brady is? Did you know he was the play caller for the Carolina Panthers?
Actually, I did. I don't see any alerts about Kyle Shanahan's death. I feel like that'd be a big story.
They went 6 deep and didn't get to Kyle Shanahan. The disrespect. I'm going to add Kyle Shanahan on this.
Maybe Kyle Shanahan's overrated.
Stop it. That's cap.
What's his record in the league? Yes, indeed. You can check us out on the Odyssey app. That's a great way to be a part of the Summer of Cash contest, where we've got your next opportunity to win coming up in math is bad. 20 minutes or so, a little bit over 20 minutes, about 22 minutes, 10 minutes past the hour. Every hour of the show here with D'Lo and Casey, we have got your opportunity to win $1,000. You just got to listen out for that code word. We'll give it to you here live on the air. Even if we're in the middle of a conversation, we'll hit the pause button. You'll hear the music. And we'll get you that keyword and give you an opportunity to win $1,000. So make sure you stick around for that. It's coming up at 2:10. You've got 2 more opportunities to win today. Do not miss out. You want to talk about your San Francisco Giants?
Come on, man.
Who are still in hey.
Come on, man.
They're still in first place, man. They're playing some good ball right now. And you were quite excited about their victory last night against the Texas Rangers.
Well, you know, I always keep it a stack with you guys at all times. That's just what I do. I had the game, you know, I was watching the score, whatever the case may be, but I'm not going to lie to you. In a situation where I don't like have the clicker, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes when I go in the garage.
Clicker.
Yeah, the clicker, you know. That's
wow.
What they call
How old are you again?
I'm just saying that's what they call the clicker.
I believe that's what my grandpa referred to it. And I think my grandpa died in 2005. 2005. Called it the clicker. So I give you an idea how old he was.
I'm appealing to all demographics right now.
You're appealing to Big Al?
Yeah.
Shout out to appealing to Big Al's demographic. Big Al. That's true. Big Al, what's up, baby? We miss you, fam.
But you know, when I'm in the garage, you know, and I'm hitting that iron, you know what I'm saying? I don't have the ability to go back and forth. So, you know, I was keeping up with the score. And then the playoffs, they take priority right now. The playoffs take priority. I was watching Hawks Sixers. That got to 17 in the fourth quarter. So let me get on there. Let me see what these Giants talking about. They were up 2-1. And I saw that devastating 6th inning where the Rangers scored 4, went up 4-2. I said, I don't know if it's going to happen today. I don't know if it's going to happen. I moved on with my life.
Wow.
I moved on with my life.
It was 4-2 and you bailed?
Well, I wouldn't say I bailed, but I went back to the playoffs because by then the Clippers were starting. Okay. So I was like, well, okay, let me see. This is a series I want to see. Let me see that. Got tangled up in some other stuff. Forgot about it going back and forth. Didn't go back to the Giants game. Then I start getting these tweets. Shout out to my man Bryce. talking about what a win. I can't believe what I just saw. And I was like, what are you talking about? You talking about the Sixers? What?
And it's tough with Bryce because Bryce has never seen anything that he didn't want to tweet. Shout out to Bryce for making sure we are caught up on everything. Love you, fam.
So then I go and check. Giants come back to win 9-4. This man Tossman with a grand slam in the 8th to give them a lead. Brandon Crawford with his second home run of the night put it out of reach in the 9th. I heard something today. Shout out to our people over 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast, Bonte, Kate, and our boy Butcher Boy. A Giant had not hit a grand slam down multiple runs that late in the game since 1980. This team is for real. They're for real. Let's go, man. Let's go. I'm all in now. They're going to the playoffs.
Right.
Let's go.
I gotta ask, what was the stat again? That was a really long stat. The Giants hadn't hit a grand slam down that many.
Multiple runs. Down more than one.
Okay.
Multiple runs.
Okay. That late in the game.
Later.
Okay. All right.
Since 1980. It's 2021.
Okay.
How many
is there
since 1980? You got to think that might have happened one time.
Yeah.
That is kind of, I know. No, look, the bit is, I understand that's a crazy specific stat. Like
that's not a bad one. I mean, at least it didn't say it's the most. It's the first grand slam down multiple runs facing a left-handed pitcher in June on a Tuesday. That's a specific stat.
Yeah. But I mean, and it's with Hockman. Like, who thought he was gonna hit a grand slam in that situation? The guy is almost getting sent back down because he's got a great glove, but he's not been able to hit. And boom, grand slam, Giants win. It's best record in baseball right now after 60 games. We got real action with the San Francisco Giants. We've got real action.
Can you how did we get here? 38-22. That's where your squad is. 38-22. Said best record in Major League Baseball through 60 games. Last year at this time, they were 29-31. Look,
they were 29-31, and they had to like grind to get to that, because I remember they started off real bad. They were
that's right.
Games a lot, and then they got really hot to get to something like 29-31. I'm gonna tell you, I give some credit to, man, Gabe Kapler. Gabe Kapler.
Wow.
I gotta tip my hat to him.
Can we pull the tape from some early editions of D-Lo and KC and some thoughts that Kenny Caraway had on Gabe Kapler back then?
I know.
Sports media, man. You can't change your mind.
Gabe Kapler
against the rules.
He has all the feel in the world for this roster, for this pitching staff. They believe in him. And when the grand slam went down, you could see Gabe Kapler when Tachman came back to the dugout. He's like, let's go. When you see a manager doing all that, he's like, let's go. That got me hyped, baby. So I love what Gabe Kapler's doing right now, man. I really do. This Giants team, they've got my attention. They've got me focused on what they're doing. And I think they're going to the playoffs, man. I don't know if that means they win the division, wild card, whatever, but I think they're going to the playoffs.
Brandon Crawford's having a hell of a season, too. His 14
MVP season.
Really?
That's what Vontae's talking about.
MVP of the Giants?
MVP of the National League.
Wow.
I didn't realize, so yesterday when I really kind of dug into his numbers, I didn't realize he had 14 home runs.
It's tied for the second most of his in a season of his career. Not through 60 games, but through an entire season. The most home runs that he's ever hit is 21.
Man.
And that was in 2015. They got something going on there. This is where, we're 60 games into the season now. We're starting to get to a point for me, because you know how I am. It's like, okay, Casey, go ahead. Like, okay, bro, there's 100 more games left. And we are at that point. There's 100 and some change more games left.
Right.
But it's also like, oh no, they're a good baseball team. Like they're playing good ball. Like we're at the point now where you kind of take this seriously.
Absolutely.
I've got some questions, but I'm going to take this seriously, and that's gonna ease us into our next conversation, and perhaps eases the wrong word, given I just insinuated something. So I had never heard of spider tact before. Garrett Cole was asked about it. I had been reading different things about substances, pitchers, all of this different stuff, and I got the clip. I was made aware of the clip, as I'm sure many were on social media, of Garrett Cole being asked flat out if he ever used spider tact. Now, let me tell you what this stuff is. Apparently, it's a substance that like weightlifters use for grip. And I don't know if it's so much as like, I don't know if there's dudes at 24-hour fitness who put spider tact on their hands. I think this is more for like, the strong men that are coming to Sacramento. I think it's more for them when they're holding these like giant boulders and they're walking, a block with them, and that makes you the world's strongest man. Like I think it's that type of stuff and then they use it for grip. Well, apparently somebody at some point realized if you put this stuff on a baseball, it can adjust and this is a new term. Never heard this term before.
Me neither.
Spin rate. It can improve the spin rate of the ball for a pitcher. Garrett Cole was asked flat out if he used spider tact. Word of warning, this is painful to listen to.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest. I mean, there are customs and practices that have been passed down from older players to younger players, from the last generation of players to this generation of players. And, I think there are some things that are certainly out of bounds in that regard. And I've stood pretty firm in terms of that, in terms of the communication between our peers and whatnot. And I, again, like I mentioned earlier, there's, this is important to a lot of people that love the game. And this is including the players in this room, including fans, including, teams. And so if MLB wants to, legislate some more stuff, that's a conversation that we can have, because ultimately we should all be pulling in the same direction on this.
Yeah. Guilty.
So Garrett Cole, all right, we need to settle in. This is going to take a few minutes. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We've got your next opportunity to win $1,000 as part of the Summer of Cash contest on ESPN 1320 coming up in 10 minutes. Just listen for the keyword. We'll give out the number here. If you missed the first 2 hours, no worry. We've got you covered. You can watch on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can listen anywhere in the world on the Odyssey app. Just search ESPN 1320 and hit the heart button. I want to repeat something. The question was flat out. It wasn't, there was no like big grand buildup. There was no, this is a trick question. There was no dancing around it. The question was straight up. Do you use spider tack?
I don't know. I don't know if, I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
So he couldn't say no. So I guess, hey, applaud him for not lying. He didn't say, yes, I use it. He didn't say, no, I don't use it. But then he goes into this big, long diatribe about stuff being passed down from generation to generation. And he talks about if this is something that Major League Baseball wants to legislate, we could talk about it. So what we're talking about here is Major League Baseball legislating how to cheat. Because that's what this is. You could talk about spit. You could talk about grease. You could talk about all of these different things. It is illegal and it is cheating. And you can say, well, this is an answer for the steroid era. Hitters got the advantage all these years. Now you got pitchers looking for the advantage. I told you a couple of weeks ago, no hitters are useless. There was a time during the steroid era, which I'm going to get to that in just a second, where home runs don't even mean anything anymore. They're hitting them too much. Like they don't even matter. We don't even Henry Aaron's still the home run leader to people. Doesn't even matter anymore. You know what's fascinating? The most fascinating thing to me about that conversation, about all of this with baseball, is some of people refer to the steroid era as if it's in the past, like it's over.
Mm-hmm.
The steroid era isn't over, fam. You're in the sophisticated steroid era. You're now in the steroid era where if you get caught, you're a dumbass, because there's so many sophisticated drugs out there that are undetectable that if you get caught, you're just a dummy. The steroid era isn't over. Cheating in baseball to me now is like track and field. I just assume everybody in track and field's on drugs. And I enjoy, hey, if that's what you want to do to run faster, do your thing. As long as everybody's on a level playing field, do your thing. This is good, dude. But this is where baseball gets goofy and you lose me. Garrett Cole up there talking about generation to generation to generation. No, that's dumb. It's either illegal or it's not. I don't care. If it's been illegal for 50 years, it's been illegal for 50 years. Just because some old pitcher told you to do it doesn't mean it should be allowed.
Absolutely not. The other thing about this is he's right. Generations to generations. And this is where I'm going to get on my soapbox about Barry Bonds. Like, so here's another thing. People talk about the steroid era. And you say they talk about the steroid era like it's not, like it's over.
Like it's over. Mm-hmm.
Or they talk about the steroid era like that's when it started. No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Like cheating just started when Mark McGwire had what was it? Androsine in his creatine and androsine in his locker.
Yeah, no, it started way before 98, fam. You could probably go 10 years before that. And you could probably go another 5 to 7 years before that.
Well, cocaine was never legal as far as I'm aware. I'm pretty sure cocaine was used quite a bit. Cocaine was used for different purposes in the NBA. I actually think cocaine was used by baseball players just to play baseball. And what are them thing called greenies?
Amphetamine.
Yeah, that stuff has been that greenies is essentially what was put in all those fat burners in the late 90s to get people to lose weight. Mm-hmm. But people started taking too many of them and dying because we learned what is in this that makes it work so well. Yeah, you just popped 3 pills of speed, fam.
Right.
You're high as a kite right now, dog. And I'm guilty of it. Like, I took that stuff too. I thought my heart was going to explode. I was in the emergency room. The doctor was like, did you run here? What are you talking about? Did I run here? No, it was a 40-minute drive here. She's like, yeah, your heart's beating like 171 beats per minute. You might want to sit down here.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay. I was on that stuff that if you go back and you watch old episodes of Raw, they might have edited them out by now. It's brought to you by Stacker 2, the strongest, or it was Stinger 2 or something like that, the strongest fat burner on the market. Well, the reason it was the strongest fat burner on the market is because there was only so much speed you could put in each pill before it killed you. I took the maximum amount before it killed me.
Jesus.
That's what that stuff was. That's what those greenies are. That's why you can't buy that stuff, is because dumbasses like me didn't take it responsibly.
So the thing about all this is they've been doing drugs and they celebrate the drugs. Gaylord Perry, I talk about Gaylord Perry all the time. Mm-hmm. They bring him out for every old timer game, and he brag about cheating and all this other stuff, and they celebrate him. Mm-hmm. Barry Bonds is a problem though. Matter of fact, the more I hear about stuff and the more, educated you get on this, I feel like it's more realistic that Barry Bonds was probably playing on an even playing field.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
You know what I'm saying? People talk about, he was cheating the game and all this stuff. He was just playing on an even playing field. We all know about the classic matchup between him and Eric Gagne. When Gagne was the most dominant reliever in the game, Gagne was roided out of his mind. Barry Bonds, all them guys, they playing on the E. And then like you talk about, people want to say, oh, they're just evening the playing field from the pitchers. No, they were evening the playing field when they were on the juice too.
Mm-hmm.
They were on the juice the entire time as well. baseball, it's crazy when it comes to this stuff, man. To this
Jesse,
cheating.
our producer Jesse made a great point as we were kind of laying this stuff out, and we're really angry. Fans are really upset about banging trash cans to tip pitches and all of that different stuff. But are we? I mean, are we going to keep that same energy for? Are we only angry about the Astros making all of those noise with the trash cans because they were the only team doing it? They had this like sophisticated yet not sophisticated setup. Mm-hmm. Is that why we're angry with them? And we're not angry with Garrett Cole because now I just look at you pitched a no-hitter. How many no-hitters have we seen again this year? Like 6, 7? How many of them had something that doctored the spin rate on the ball?
Right.
Vaseline or all of these different things. Like it's just like Garrett Cole's explanation was just fascinating to me because his response led me to believe this isn't a secret. Y'all just found out about it. Everybody knows. Like it's almost like it's almost like another one of baseball's unwritten rules. We all do it. Everybody does it. Everybody knows each other. He actually made it seem like baseball needs to get together to discuss this. It's not like baseball can just come out and say, no, this is illegal. That's cheating. You can't do that. Hold on, Mr. Commissioner. Why don't you sit down? Let us explain to you how things work in baseball. You see, things have been handed down from generation to generation to generation. And by God, you're not going to take our good old-fashioned baseball away from us. So if I want to use Vaseline or something called spider tack on the ball or spit or hair gel or whatever, I'm going to do it. He framed it as if it's a conversation and not actual legislation.
Right. I don't know what's going on with baseball.
Every time baseball does something that makes me love it, this garbage pops up. And it's like, what am I supposed to do with this? It starts becoming as goofy as Floyd Mayweather versus a YouTube star. Let me just look at this stuff as all exhibition. It's all a show. It's all a show. That's all it is. Everything. We say it all the time. Everything is professional wrestling, whether you like professional wrestling or not. You, as a sports fan, in one way or another, are being worked. If you're a baseball fan, you're being worked.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing in baseball. They can't get right. Well, we always talk about we talk about everything else. It starts at the top. Rob Manfred is terrible.
Awful.
He's terrible.
Absolutely awful.
And so there's that. And until he understands how to be better at his job or they get him out of there, not much is going to change. They're going to continue to embarrass themselves. That's what it is.
I'm looking at Bryce's message here, and it just reminds me, dirt, sunscreen, spit, rose. What is rose? Pine tar. He said, pick one. One of the most famous clips in baseball is of a guy cheating.
Brett,
it's George Brett in the bat.
Yeah.
And him losing his mind over it.
Yeah. And actually getting
was
mad.
that in the steroid era? Right, exactly.
He gets mad because he got caught cheating.
Oh man, this is a great point from Ramsey right here. Is Manfred the worst commissioner? I'm not going to pretend to know enough about the dude in hockey. I feel like the people in hockey.
Gary Bettman really stinks,
but I feel like they really, really hate him.
Yeah, because he's terrible.
The thing with Rob Manfred was. The thing where Rob Manfred really, really loses me was the whole thing with the nets, the safety nets. Well, we've got to talk to people. No, you don't. You literally don't need to talk to nobody. Put the freaking nets up, and he put baseball teams in a position to where they had to make the decision for themselves. That's weak leadership, in my opinion.
Yeah,
that is really weak leadership, in my opinion.
I don't like Manfred as a commissioner. I mean, maybe a personal thing, but he's trying to box out a certain segment of fans, I felt. Baseball's done that for a long time. Let's just say what it is, the black fans, black baseball fans. They're trying to box them out. They don't do anything to appeal to the black baseball fan.
I feel like what baseball does, actually, elaborate on that here in a second because,
Here we go, money talk.
Here comes the money.
Here's what we got. It's the Summer of Cash contest. It's time for the Summer of Cash contest right now. Here's your chance to win $1,000. Text the code word CLIP to 72881. That's CLIP, CLIP, to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. I'm never not going to laugh at message and data rates apply. I just need to know it. Like, honestly, if you're still playing message and data rates, I just need you to just hit us up and say, "Yep, we still exist."
Put me in your fave 5.
I'm trying to win $1,000, and it's costing me 35 cents to send this message right now. I feel like what baseball does, and there are other leagues that are guilty of this, and I've criticized the WNBA for this for a long time. Leagues sometimes appeal to the fan bases they already have rather than trying to branch out and appeal to a new set of fans.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I feel like they're so hell-bent on making their most passionate fans happy that they don't switch a couple of things, change a couple of things, and invite like a new group of fans in, because especially in your case, what you were talking about right there, the group of people that they're alienating, their core, they ain't gonna like that. They ain't gonna like the core baseball fans. They don't like Fernando Tatis. They don't like guys that do so. The core believes in the unwritten rules. The core doesn't understand why Spider Tech is a big deal, because it's been around forever. Gaylord Perry, biggest cheaters of all time, celebrated. It's no big deal. And what baseball is about, as long as you atone for your mistakes, you're okay. Yeah. Mark McGwire atoned for his mistakes, so he's welcome back into baseball. Barry Bonds didn't go crawling back to baseball and say sorry.
Barry Bonds will look at that and laugh. Like,
Barry Bonds I
don't care about what y'all talking about.
Barry Bonds ain't tested positive for nothing either. Other than having a big head, and he ain't tested positive for anything. That mysteriously shrunk after he stopped playing. But that doesn't change my point. He didn't test positive for anything.
And he was the baddest player to ever play the game that I've ever seen.
I don't even think that's a conversation. I don't even
think they tried to throw Griffey in there, and Griffey was a bad man. Don't get it twisted. Griffey was a bad man. He wasn't Barry Bonds.
Can stay healthy. LeBron James changing jersey numbers again. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about Aaron Rodgers. We'll talk about some things going on in the end. Ooh, do we got to talk about Kemba Walker in Sacramento?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean,
I ain't going to champion it. I'm just saying we got to talk about it.
On this first, it's just a conversation. Weeks ago, they excoriated me on Twitter when I just brought up the conversation. But yeah, I was there. Y'all gonna start giving me my respect, man.
We give Kenny Caraway his respect here next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. So I see somebody like Brian, just a couple of guys. I can only, just by contest, I can only say the word once. So y'all got to help each other out here in the chat, because I can't say it on the air again. So once I say text the code word, in this situation it was clip, give out the number, that's CLIP, whatever, and then the number again. I can't say, I'm not allowed to say it again. So if y'all see someone in the chat, try to get it to them as quickly as possible, because I can't say it on the air.
John Bull, I can't.
I need 1 second. Y'all go ahead.
Go ahead. I can't say that Barry Bonds made you or didn't make you care about baseball. I just know that in the 90s, Barry Bonds was the player of the decade. About 8 years before, or excuse me, not 8 years, but years before he started allegedly juicing. He was the best player in the world for I don't know how many years, probably a decade plus. Before the juicing. Oh, well, that'd be we'd be taking on more. What you gonna give us? Give us Langford. He's making considerably more. He'd be really good in Boston. Mm-hmm. That'd be a good little deal. Oh man, I don't know what you do with Kemba. I'm kind of not against going after Kemba. Kind of not. I don't know how that would work though. I don't know if it can work. I'd be telling Kemba, you coming off the bench. That's what I'd be saying. But Kemba might not go for that. Oh man. He gonna opt out for you're gonna take a sabbatical on them boys. Yeah, Tim, SummerSlam is going to be in Vegas on a Saturday night. Crazy. Same night as Pacquiao versus Spence in Las Vegas as well. Crazy.
Yeah, why the hell are they doing that?
MGM Grand. I see you, David. Wait, they were lining up Reigns versus Cena. Cena's
is that
back?
really it? Was that the main event, Tim?
I haven't watched wrestling in about 3 weeks, so I don't know what's going on. Well, actually, I take that back. I watched it last week where Roman Reigns was getting on the Usos. He gets on the Usos all the time now.
That's like his version of the Stooges. Like Jerry Briscoe and Pat Patterson out there.
Briscoe and Patterson. I hated those guys for a while.
When they came out to Real American, dude, that was the funniest thing ever.
What did they do?
When they were wrestling the Mean Street Posse, and their entrance music was Real American, Hulk Hogan's music. James Ham coming up an hour from now, plus another opportunity to win $1,000 with the Summer of Cash contest coming up at 3:10. So even if you got to step away, make sure you come back. As a matter of fact, don't even step away at all. Just go to the Odyssey app. If you can't watch on Twitch, can't watch on YouTube, no problem. Just go to the Odyssey app, search ESPN 1320, hit the heart button, and just have us playing in the background. Set a little alarm for 09 after the hour, every hour, to alert you, hey, pay attention. I've got a chance to win $1,000 here. And we're going to have your next opportunity coming up at 3:10.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Is the baseball discussion kind of went on during the break in the chat and everything? And John Bull, our guy John Bull, APA security for D-Lo and KC, he said Griffey made him care about baseball, which is something Bonds couldn't do until he was allegedly on the juice. And, I was like, Bonds was a better player long before the juice and all this other stuff. And he's like, I'm not saying he wasn't bad, or he wasn't good, but Griffey made me care. Griffey was cool, backwards, the shoes, all this other stuff. And he brought up a comparison. He says, everyone on the planet was trying to swing like Griffey. It feels like he's kind of the AI of baseball. Maybe not the best, but yeah. I think that's a good call right there.
That's a great comp I never thought about. That's a great comp.
Yeah.
He had a swag, and he was young, and I think that helped. I think that brought in a younger demographic. Like we talk about sports inviting different demographics into their sport. Like I think Ken Griffey Jr. brought in a new demographic to baseball. He brought in younger fans. He had a swag to him. He looked like a baby, right? He looked like an absolute child in that Seattle Mariners uniform, and then he played with such. I mean, he was not to steal a nickname, he was a human highlight reel.
Yeah, facts.
It felt like everything he was doing wound up being a highlight, and then not to mention, And I do think this is I mean, maybe not a big part of it, but a part of it. Dude, that damn baseball card, that Upper Deck baseball card was like coveted because I was still grabbing cards at the time. And man, that Ken Griffey Jr. Upper Deck card, because if memory serves me correctly, that was the first year that Upper Deck series came out. That was the card to have. Griffey with that big, childlike smile, bat on his shoulder. It was like, oh, you've got to have that card. You get the big, thick case like this big to put the card in so nothing happens to it. Yeah, dude, that like Griffey was very, very unique in that sense.
And Cole brings up Griffey with the shoes, the earring, the hat backwards.
Yeah,
the swag.
And who'd that piss off? Pissed off it pissed off the old guy. It pissed off the core. They hated the backwards hat. They hated the earrings. They hated the swag because they consistently want baseball to be boring. It's the same people that hate the celebrations. It's the same people that hate the chains and the dreads and all of those different things. They hate that stuff. That's why guys like Griffey, guys like Tatis, guys with he's different. He's a little goofy, but Manny Ramirez, that's why guys like that stand out the way that they do.
And I'm gonna even say this. So Griffey, number one, the shoes were crazy. Like the shoes were crazy. The Griffey you got with Nike, but even to a higher degree, I look at somebody like Bonds, and I may be a little bit biased. That's my guy. But I look at somebody like Bonds. Bonds at the high top Nikes. Nobody's wearing the cleats like that. It was like him, Bobby Bo.
I don't even remember that.
Eric Davis, Bonds and Eric Davis. The Reds were on it tough.
Cincinnati Reds, okay.
They had the high top. You know how we talk about like the Kobe 9s that come up after the Achilles? They were like some of the first ones to wear the Nike cleats like that with the high top Nikes. And Bonds would hit a home run and watch it and walk. Like, I'm that dude. I'm killing this right now. And Griffey was like that, and it was playful. It's like, oh, how cool is the kid? Bonds was like that. It was like, I'm better than you. I'm better. And he was unapologetic about it. And he didn't talk to the media. He wasn't nice to the media. They didn't like him. Bonds had the hoop or had the earring with the cross hanging from the ear. He had some jewelry around the neck. And he was just like
he was the fun-loving kid. Bonds was Nino Brown.
Nino Brown. That is spot on. They had the famous Sports Illustrated cover. Rick Riley had Bonds sitting there with his high top Nikes and leaning on the back, and it says, "I'm Barry Bonds and you're not," and that was on the cover. And they wasn't feeling Bonds, and Bonds could give a damn if he was feeling him or not. And I think a lot of that played into how everything else later in his career played out.
Well, that's always been the thing. Like I mean, that, and this is universal. We see it to a certain degree with Russell Westbrook. Like if you don't kiss the people who write about you's ass, you suffer the consequences for it. Barry never did. That's part of the reason. Again, baseball's okay if you cheat as long as you atone for your mistakes. Roger Clemens never atoned for his alleged mistake. Although I say alleged, he never got caught for anything. I believe Roger Clemens cheated. I believe Barry Bonds cheated. I believe everybody who played in a certain era cheated. Hell, I'm not convinced everybody now isn't cheating. But Mark McGwire said, "I'm sorry." And hey, you do what you got to do. But Mark said, "I'm sorry. Here's what I did. Take me back. Let me be a hitting coach. I could hit. Come on, I'm a Bash brother. Let me be that guy." Jose blew the lid off the whole thing. Ain't seen Jose in the league anywhere. Roger Clemens, I may not particularly care for him. One of the greatest pitchers of all time, though, right?
Absolutely.
I don't see him associated with baseball. He didn't say sorry. Barry ain't say sorry. People want you. Hell, what was Lance Armstrong's biggest thing? Lance Armstrong, you caught me for cheating? What'd he do? He posted a picture on Instagram of him on a black couch with 7 yellow jerseys surrounding him, basically saying, F you. What are you going to do about it? And then later years, he was like, oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. That's my bad. Watch my documentary. Watch my show. Read my book. You got to atone for your mistakes.
Yeah.
And Barry's like, no, I'm good. I ain't even toning for nothing.
I'm super straight. Because Barry's like, I know what was going on.
Well, no, I thought you were going to say, because I'm Barry Bonds and you're not. I'm still the greatest baseball player that ever lived. And the only guy in the conversation with me is my godfather. He's the only other dude in the conversation with me is the greatest baseball player that's ever lived.
And all this originated too. And you could say jealousy was in it, but Barry Bonds was sitting around being the best baseball player in the world, killing. And nobody gave a damn. They just talked about Sosa and McGuire. He's like, oh, that's what y'all want.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me get on that. Now I'm gonna show you what really goes down. If somebody in my couch, you didn't want to say nothing about me when I was clean. All right, I got you. I'll show you what's up.
I'm going to quadruple in size, like I just ate a mushroom off of Super Mario Brothers, and I'm going to grow. Watch this.
Going to kill this thing. So, yeah, man. I baseball. Baseball, interesting place, man.
Omar Simpson says, Alex Rodriguez was caught twice. And he's got an ESPN gig. And believe me, Major League Baseball has to sign off for that primetime gig. When you have a relationship with a network, they've got to sign off on it. Yeah. They said, no, we're good. Go ahead. Put Alex Rodriguez. That'll put butts in the seats. We believe that it will. We'll put him out there.
And me and you are on opposite sides there. I think A-Rod is great on the mic. I think A-Rod is really
I don't think
good.
A-Rod is bad.
I thought you weren't feeling A-Rod.
No, I've said A-Rod. I think Alex Rodriguez has the greatest babyface turn in the history of sports. Like, I love that, or certainly one of them. I love that, like, he turned babyface after retirement, and like Derek Jeter turned heel. Like, Derek Jeter became like a terrible owner, and all of these different things happened, and it's like, oh, they just switched places now. For a while, Alex Rodriguez had J-Lo. He had the gig. He was poking fun at himself like it was all good. Meanwhile, Derek Jeter was like, oh, what do you mean we're not allowed to do this down here? Like, he was just blowing the whole Marlins operation down there. It's like, this is fascinating to watch. It's fascinating to watch.
Yeah, I like A-Rod on the mic. I think he's good. A-Rod's one of those guys where I feel like I learn something when I hear him talk about the game and certain things going on.
I don't mind listening to Alex Rodriguez. I just don't feel like I learned anything from him.
Yeah.
I don't. I felt like he started, if memory serves me correctly, right after Tony Romo. And he started trying. You remember Tony's big thing was he would call plays. And he would say, I think this is going to, and then it would happen. And it would be like, oh my God, Tony called the play. I felt like Alex Rodriguez started to do that, and he just kept being wrong. And once he stepped away from doing that and just kind of settled into finding who he was rather than trying to be what Tony Romo was getting rave reviews for, I think he settled in a little bit more there. That, and I think he, they kept switching out partners with him there for a little bit. You mentioned A-Rod. I know a lot of people forced the nickname A-Rod on Aaron Rodgers. He's not at minicamp. How does this? We haven't really talked about this, and quite frankly, neither have the Packers. Because the Packers can start instituting fines now. They haven't said that they were. Most people believe that they won't. Is he showing up for camp? Like, how is this going to end? Are we just doing this every time a mandatory event comes up and we go, okay, what's happening with Alex Rodriguez? Because if he's not playing for the Packers, who the hell is he playing for?
In my eyes, it's two teams. It's the Raiders or the Broncos.
Were the Broncos on his list? I can't remember. They were. Okay.
You're on his list. They drafted a defensive player in the first round. They didn't upgrade at the quarterback position. That's one of the places people thought Justin Fields might go to after he started to fall. So I don't think he's showing up. And I think the Packers are going to have to trade him. Maybe it's a year or two earlier than they wanted to start the Jordan Love era, but hey, it happens.
And again, you've always got to try to take where this stuff comes from, but it doesn't sound like Jordan. You heard what Kyle Shanahan said today about Jimmy Garoppolo. This is the best spring Jimmy Garoppolo's had as a 49er. Cool. That's not being said about Jordan Love. It doesn't sound like the reports coming from this mini camp for the Packers that Jordan Love, that it doesn't sound like it's going particularly well for Jordan Love. And again, wherever that information is coming from, I don't really know. But I don't know where this situation is going with him. And if it's one of those two teams, let me present you with a scenario here. Aaron Rodgers, Raiders or Broncos. Okay. Deshaun Watson not playing because of legal issues, not playing because of Texans issues, playing for the Texans, playing somewhere else, because that's a quarterback that we have just stopped talking about for a variety of reasons.
Yeah.
But what is the end game with Deshaun Watson now? Because again, all of these teams have dried up. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with Justin Fields. I don't know who's going to be the week 1 quarterback. Again, it sounds like it's Andy Dalton. It sounds like Andy Dalton was getting first team reps for it sounded like Andy Dalton was getting first team reps for the Chicago Bears and not Justin Fields. It feels like they're gearing up for Andy Dalton to be the week 1 quarterback, but of course it's June 9th. The first game isn't until September. Hell, we're 2 months, maybe a little bit. Yeah, we're about 2 months away from the first preseason game. So a lot could happen between now and then, but these were all targets for Deshaun Watson. These were all targets, potential targets for Aaron Rodgers. So how does this all play out now that these teams have drafted quarterbacks?
I think it makes the pool a little smaller for Aaron Rodgers. I still think he gets moved, though. There's still places for him to go. I think he gets moved. At least that's what I would do if I was the Packers. Hell, if I'm the Packers, I mean, what am I? I know, okay, trying to win a Super Bowl. But what am I like holding on to this for? This ain't going to last. This ain't going to last. Even if you somehow convince him to come back next year, I can understand. You want to win a Super Bowl with him. But it's not going to last. It's done. Just pull off what they say, pull the Band-Aid off the wound, rip it off, move on. Start the Jordan Love era. It's my thoughts.
Okay. You start. Okay.
Speaking of the NFL, though, did I read this right here? I want to pull this up, make sure it's accurate. NFL trying to go to Germany with the game. Can we just stop it?
I did see that. I don't know what they're doing.
Like nobody cares about those games.
If you had like a history of this going really well, I understand. Hell, let's go to Germany. Let's go to Africa. Let's go everywhere. Your London games aren't going well. Like they're awful. Was it Mexico City? You actually had to move the game back to Los Angeles. I mean, this isn't going well. Stop it. It's the Jordan drug commercial. Stop it. Get help. Just knock it off. That's one of Jason Jones' favorite memes. Stop it. Get some help. They got to stop doing this. It's good. It's not good for the players. It's horrible for the franchise. It's not good for the fans. So we're just appealing to Germany, Europe. Like what are we appealing to here? It's a disaster.
Did you ever think that they might try to do like a Europe League?
I had heard no. I thought I bought into the Jacksonville stuff. Like I didn't know if they were ever going to do like a league, but I always thought they were going to try to force a team over there. Like the Jaguars. I thought
I heard where they were going to try and do like a division, like the NFC West. They would do like the Europe division or something like that. I know there was also
let's compound our bad idea with a worse one.
They had people talking about this isn't the NFL, but the NBA. Trying to do like an NBA Europe or something like that, and then the two champions.
Well, yeah, they got the NBA Africa. Like, why not have NBA Europe? You could have NBA everywhere, but that isn't the Sacramento Kings.
No, the Sacramento Kings aren't going to play Angola.
Right. Exactly. That's the whole point. You can have NBA leagues across the world. No. But that doesn't mean that the Chicago Bulls or the Sacramento Kings have to travel to, Frankfurt to get it to for a Tuesday night game. Right. Like no.
And Ramsey and Bryce on the chat, they're talking about that NFL Europe didn't last. I'm familiar with that, but what I heard was NFL Europe was a separate league, separate season or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I heard people were trying to say that NFL Europe will go on at the same time as the regular NFL, and then they would play each other in the Super Bowl. Champion of each league will play each other in some type of Super Bowl or something like that. That would be trash.
That's a lot.
There's not. Once again, this is what I say all the time. I don't know if there's that many good NFL caliber players in the world. We see what happens in the double AFL. Sorry, Rock. I'm pretty sure what I'm going to see in the XFL. They barely have enough quarterbacks to be good in the NFL. You want to add another 25 teams? No.
Okay, two quick things. Don't ever slander the good name of Dwayne Johnson again. Two, you slandered the name. No, can't do it. I won't stand for it. Two, there's no way the XFL is operating with 25 teams.
How many you think they're going, like 12?
Like 10 or maybe 12. It can't be 25. It absolutely can't be 25. So like 10 to 12. Maybe not even that many. I don't even remember how many. Why won't the XFL die? Maybe that's the better question. The XFL just refuses to die. Vince and Dick Ebersol killed it off back in 2001. Vince McMahon killed it off again here in 2020. And now The Rock is determined to bring it back in 2022, I think.
That was about right.
2022.
Yeah.
Hey, some things we could do without. I've learned I can do without Young Rock.
Reese won't.
That show, again, this isn't disparaging the good name of Dwayne Johnson. That show was freaking terrible. It is awful. It is poorly acted. Like everything about it is bad. And every time I see it, I look at this like, God bless it. This is an NBC show. Like this show is on network television. That's the strength of The Rock. That's why I think the XFL might work. You put together a crappy television show, a poorly acted television show, and you put it on one of the big three networks. And NBC said, sure, Rock, whatever you say, we got you. Show's trash.
The XFL would be on like now in this week. Ain't nobody watching that.
Why can't a football league? How about this? Instead of running during spring, we always talk about spring leagues. Oh, nobody wants to see spring league. XFL, to me, XFL's biggest failure was their like kickoff was the week after the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I ain't ready to move on yet.
Break.
I ain't ready to move on yet. Like it's not you, it's me. I need some space. What are you doing? I need some space. Why can't a football league run on a Tuesday?
It's a good point.
We're thirsty for football. Why can't a football league run on like a Wednesday during the football season?
Wait, during the football season?
Yes.
You really won't care then.
Well, apparently people don't care in the spring. So why not try something else?
Well, they can try it all they want. They need to listen to me.
What if he did summer, like right as we're headed into preseason games? Because you've got a little taste of as in the Canadian Football League. I'm sorry, I have not brushed up on my Canadian Football League knowledge.
They play on ESPN.
Great,
Friday night CFL game a night. I don't watch. That's the whole point. You know what really needs to work?
You clogging up the DVR with CFL Friday night football games?
Hell no.
Okay.
You know what really, and I'm surprised it's not really popping anymore. Or I don't know if they're extinct or anything. I thought the Arena League would work. I mean, it did work. It worked for like 25 years, but it kind of went out of business. I think it has to be, like you said, when you talk about boxing, it has to be different. Like I'm not going to tune in to watch more low-level football, but you give me a gimmick like the Arena League or the Big Three or something like that, something different. Yeah, I'm going to check that out. I'll check it out. I'll get wrapped up in that. I wish Sacramento would get an Arena League team.
The Savage. Was that the Arena League? What was
World League?
That was the World League.
Yeah.
Surge.
Don't forget what was the name? The Redwoods?
Sacramento Redwoods?
Yeah, Redwoods. They had the gold miners.
I remember the gold miners. I remember them. Yeah.
Redwoods were coached by the late Denny Green, RIP.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were the Redwoods. They might not have been the Redwoods.
The Redwoods does not sound right. Oh, God, I hope it wasn't the Sacramento Backwoods. That would do nothing for our reputation at all. Absolutely nothing. LeBron James changing jerseys from 23 to 6 next year. This seemed to have been like news to people. Didn't he tell us he was going to do this a while ago? Didn't he say?
I didn't know he was going to do that.
I thought he told Anthony Davis. I thought this was his way out of the number 23. He told Anthony Davis he was going to give him the number. He did this years ago, but then they found out when Anthony Davis signed with the Lakers, and then it was like, well, I'm not going to buy back all of the 23 jerseys that have already been produced, so we'll keep it for the year, and then we'll change it. And then it was announced that he's going back to 6 today, and everyone was like, hey, he's going back to 6. It's a money grab. Yes, it absolutely is a money grab, because if you're a Lakers fan or a LeBron James fan and you bought the 23 jersey, you're thinking, man, now I got to go get the number 6 in the yellow and the purple and the alternative and the city and the black and the white. You've got like 7 new LeBron James jerseys to buy. Of course, it's a money grab.
Yeah. 6 LeBron.
We're literally giving money away. We're literally paying you to listen to us. And I'm going to look down on a money grab from LeBron James, please. Please.
Ramsey in here. Yes, that's right. The Sacramento Mountain Lions.
There it is. That's not the same as Redwoods or Backwoods. I'll go with Mountain Lions. That works. That absolutely works. Wait till we change our name to Bilo and JC and we update our shirts over at thedopeones.com. Or we change hairstyles and you got to get the new shirt.
We're going to switch the sides of the faces.
Yeah. We're just going to change the name of the show from D'Lo and KC to KC and D'Lo, and then make a whole new crop of shirts. Like, y'all got to go. This is like us switching from 23 to 6. Y'all got to go get them new joints. And how about a Kemba Walker Sacramento Kings jersey? Well, we've been trying to blow up teams for a couple of months now. Turns out the Celtics might be blowing up on their own. Kemba Walker might be a little sensitive, though. We'll talk about that. We'll give you the situation that's going on with Kemba and the Boston Celtics, and we'll see if we could tie that into the Sacramento Kings. I get the feeling Kemba Walker's not going to be good enough for some of the Sacramento Kings fans, but we'll talk about that. We'll get back into the Jazz and the 76ers and some of the things we saw last night. We've got your next opportunity to win $1,000 plus James Ham. That's all coming up as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Would Kemba fit though?
Jesse, I just got this from Regan. He says live on show. So okay. All right. Let me step out real quick, man.
Okay. All right. What's going on here in the chat? All right, let's see. Oh, okay. Reigns and Cena, Lashley versus Lesnar. I'm not going to turn my nose up at Lashley versus Lesnar. You didn't have to tag me earlier, D'Lo. Man, you better get on that Twitter, Bryce. You got to have thick skin here on this show. You know better. As much as y'all eviscerate me, you better take a little good-natured jab. I like Kemba, man. I love Kemba Walker. It's just that Oh, okay, Will Z. I see you. It's just those injuries that concern me, man. That's all I know. David, you're stupid. If you don't like that, no, never mind. Let's see. We don't need to take the ball out of the hands of our young backcourt. Yeah. Yep, that's true. John David Washington did play for the Mountain Lions. He's a good ball player, too. He's a great actor. What did I watch? What was that movie called? Was it called Tenet? Did y'all see Tenet? I'm going to be honest with you. We'll talk about this, Rocky, but I don't think so. Oh, that's a good question, Max. We're going to get to all of these Kemba Walker questions. The hell was I just going to address? Oh, did y'all see the Tenet? Did you see that movie? If so, could you explain what the hell it was about? Because it was confusing as hell to me. Did you watch it, Ramsey? I was 10 minutes in, like, what the fuck is happening here? Did you see Tenet?
Who?
Tenet, the movie Tenet with John David Washington.
No, I didn't. You see it?
It's weird.
It looked weird.
I don't know what the hell it was about. Like it was like stuff was happening in rewind. Did you like it, Poker Pro? Wait, how did you see it last year in the theater? How is that even possible? Like what did you go to the one theater that was open? Did you go to MAGA theaters? Is that where you went?
Jeez.
It's probably the only one that's open. Eric was in there by himself. He's like, I got the whole theater. What do you want me to do? I can't imagine seeing that movie in the theater. I had to get up and was like, hey, let's pause here. All right.
Well,
go ahead.
Real quick.
Yep.
Got to be fair to myself here as people want to continue to dig up my old tweets here.
Oh.
David, our guy David, he found one here.
David's good for that, by the way.
Yeah. So on 11/15/19, my guy Jay Aguilar said, first the Seahawks, now the Lakers. Thank God Giants don't play the Dodgers this week, or they'll hit a walk-off bomb or something like that. I responded to that saying, well, they did hire Gabe Kapler this week. That's kind of like a loss.
Wow. Kenny Caraway.
My guy, Gabe Kapler. I apologize.
I do enjoy this trend of digging up old tweets from Kenny Caraway. That's fun.
I don't know why y'all want to dig up my tweets.
You ain't going to find less heat from me because I don't tweet a lot. I'm not nearly as active on Twitter as I should. I save my poor takes that'll come back to haunt me for the radio. Those are I give you audio versions of poor tweets. Not that saying I don't have any bad takes out there on Twitter. I absolutely am positive I do. But I feel like far more live on podcasts than anything else. James Ham's going to join us coming up at 3:20. We'll talk to him about Marvin Bagley. We'll talk to him about Kemba Walker. We'll talk to him about the NBA playoffs. We'll talk to him about whatever the hell he wants to talk about. He's always a fun talk. That's James Ham coming up at 3:20. Coming up at 3:10 here in the next 20 minutes, we'll have your final opportunity of the day to win $1,000. The Summer of Cash contest rolls along. We've got a chance for you to win $1,000 every hour. We're on the air 10 minutes past the hour from 12 all the way till 4 o'clock. So your final opportunity coming up at 3:10. You don't want to go anywhere. If you've got to run into the grocery store, do some other things, no problem. Just go to the Odyssey app, search ESPN 1320, hit the heart button, save us as your favorite radio station, and just keep us rolling so you don't miss your chance to win big money here all summer long with D-Lo and KC. I teased something before the break. I have no clue what it was. Oh, it was Kemba Walker. Boy, that started that started the conversation while you were away because we've talked about blowing up teams. Mm-hmm. We've talked about going after players. We've talked about, hell, I think the Celtics have been in the conversation in the past. Turns out Kemba Walker may not be super happy with what's been going on in Boston, and I think Kemba Walker has I think he kind of has thin skin. And Kemba Walker, I love Kemba Walker, one of my favorite players. Up there probably in terms of when he was with Charlotte, I probably would have had him as a top 5 player that I like to watch. Oh, yeah. I really did enjoy him
in Charlotte.
But there's this issue of his availability. That's a problem, and I think that's frustrating Celtics fans. We've got a Celtics fan producing the show here. I know he gets frustrated with Kemba Walker and his lack of availability pretty regularly. It turns out he was perhaps a little hurt by the trade conversations around the trade deadline, and it appears whether Kemba wants it or not, we were probably headed towards a breakup.
Yeah.
Does Kemba Walker, as a Sacramento King, entice you whatsoever?
It does entice me because I like Kemba Walker. I believe that, he's still productive. I don't have it off the top of my head. Maybe I can pull it up. But even in this playoff series against Brooklyn, I think he's still, averaged anywhere between 16 to 19 points per game. So he's still good for that. I just don't see how it fits with the Sacramento Kings. I don't see it. I don't see it. And that sucks, because I'd love to have Kemba Walker here, but money-wise, position-wise, it's a tough sell. I don't see it working.
Money-wise, $36 million next season.
Tragic.
Money-wise, a player option of $37.6 million for the 2022-2023 season. Also, to add insult to injury, as Gorilla Monsoon would often say, along with pretty much everybody.
Right.
He has a 15% trade kicker. So it's not like the Kings can try it out and go, okay, this didn't work. They'll be on the hook for quite a bit should that wind up happening. But most importantly, as much as I do like Kemba Walker, everything to me next year starts with Tyrese and De'Aaron. And you build around that. You're not bringing in a $36 million six man. No. It's one thing to have a guy who you could argue should be a $22 million six man. You really can't have a $36 million six man.
You can't.
He doesn't fit the criteria of the Universal League deal with Bagley and Buddy and a pick, or just Bagley and Buddy. He doesn't.
Jesse lets us know that Kemba played 3 games of that 5-game series against Brooklyn, averaged 12.6 points. Did not play the final 2 games.
Is that bad?
That's bad.
Hey, Jesse, is Big Al still on the line? 916-349-1320. I'm just going to take a stab at the dark here. We were talking about him earlier. Big Al, you still there?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, Rob, but you're right. I like your conversation, was it last week maybe? That's so different from a Kings fan perspective. If you said, "Oh, why don't we get us some Christian Porzingis?" I'm thinking, what? You can't be doing stuff like that. They got enough. Let's hope your GM is really astute and pulls some really better decisions on how to mix money, because that's the GM's. That's the goal to make a team great. You got to have a GM that really gets the structure right. I think the Danny Ainge experiment worked for a little bit. I think Danny was kind of losing it near the end. But as to LeBron, of course it's about money. Why is the man a billionaire? There's a reason for this.
Big Al, you get number 6?
No, you know what? There's only one jersey as a Laker fan, and you know how old of a Laker fan I am. There's only one jersey I would ever wear.
Lou Alcindor.
33. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. That's right.
Yeah.
That's it.
Kind of the same. A little bit different, but kind of the same. All right. I don't even think Lou Alcindor was a Laker.
I call him Mr. Alcindor, but I would just laugh. No, that's no.
Yeah, there is a Lou Alcindor era, just as there was a Cassius Clay era, but Lou Alcindor was never a Laker. So that's good stuff, Big Al. Yeah.
I got to compliment you guys, and I really love it when you had Mr. Ham on, because he is really good. He'll break down the Kings. He won't talk about the Lakers. That's fine, but he is really good about figuring out the correct deal and the structuring. He's really good. I like to listen to him a lot.
That's why James Ham gets the big bucks. You guys, I envision Big Al, a guy who also added like 1,500 square feet onto his current house just by hand. He was just like, I just imagine James Ham like sitting in his backyard going, you know what? This house could use about 1,800 more square feet. I'm good. Honey, We're going to Home Depot. And he just goes to Home Depot and builds a new wing to his house.
I could believe that too.
I don't know if that's actually what happened. That's just what I envision happened.
I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. I'll put it to you that way. I brought up a little bit of a question I have, and we'll get to Kemba as well.
I just noticed Jesse said George Mikan for the jersey that Big Al has.
Come on.
Oh, Big Al is our guy.
Man. Are you a jersey guy? I know you would. Not at all. Not even Westbrook.
No.
I'd rock a jersey.
The only jersey I have is the all white All-Star Kobe jersey. It's an all white Jordan All-Star jersey that I wore on. I think it was. I don't know if it was his birthday. I don't know when I wore it. I think I've only worn it like once. But yeah, that's the only jersey I have. I don't have any other ones.
I'm still a jersey guy. I'll rock a jersey.
Oh, I know you rock a jersey you either rock one. I was gonna say you either rock it on Friday or you rock it on Sunday.
Now I am kind of getting to the age where it's like wearing this young boy's jersey. Like I'm gonna get a Trey Lance one. Wearing this young boy's jersey, man. What am I doing, man? But nah,
there's nobody in either league older than you.
No,
I mean,
LeBron's well, there's people older
close.
Than LeBron's about the same age. So Udonis Haslem might be older than me.
Get you an Udonis Haslem jersey.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna get a Fox at some point. I'm gonna get a Fox joint.
Were you waiting for the right one? What are you waiting for?
No, I'm gonna just get it. I'll get it at some point. Reese wants a Sacktown jersey, so maybe he'll get that. So
the ones from last year, not those stupid red ones.
Yeah, last year's joint.
I think we just need to make those Royal Blues the permanent jersey.
The permanent? You want to get rid of the purple?
I don't even feel like they wear purple anymore.
It's a lot of black, which it probably should have been from the start. Like, I don't know, the Maloofs, one of their failures is they went away from black and white for home and away and went with that purple with the Sacramento. They could have done black with Sacramento. Shouldn't have touched it at all. But that's when we started going to purple. It was really the black.
Isn't the Kings color purple though?
It is, but the uniform jersey, the purple should be an alternate. The black should be their jersey, their home and away.
But we're not the silver and black. Like the team's logo is purple. That's what
I
don't understand.
You got purple in there. Well, yeah, now it's more purple. Before it had purple.
I feel like now it's red or it's black or it's shades. I feel like it's just random colors right now at this point.
You want to go back to royal blue permanently.
I just think that's the cleanest color on the planet. Like when I see that royal blue stuff, I think you have a hoodie. Every time I see that, I go, "Ooh, I should spring for one of those."
No, it's cold. It's cold. Yeah, I like it. But I'll get a Fox. I want to get a Kyrie.
Kemba Walker royal blue.
Oh, jeez.
Watch the Sabonis.
I think it's a bonus.
Marcus Smart.
Depends on
Pascal Siakam.
Depends on who doesn't have a jersey. I love how we started that and we don't get credit.
What?
Pascal Siakam. I think we've heard like 3 people talk about Pascal Siakam. We put it out there.
Be honest with us now that he's gone. Is that why you and Jason Jones broke up? He stole your idea. Is that why you guys broke up? Irreconcilable differences?
No.
Are you Aaron Rodgers? Are you Aaron Rodgers and Jason is the Green Bay Packers? Or is Jason Aaron Rodgers and Kenny's the Green Bay Packers?
See how the media is always trying to start stuff.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can listen to us all day on the Odyssey app as well, and you should be listening to us all day because it pays to listen to D'Lo and KC with the Summer of Cash contest. Your next opportunity to win $1,000 coming up 10 minutes from right now. We'll give you that keyword, and Big Al's favorite guest, James Ham, should to join us coming up here in 20 minutes as we roll along. Let me ask you a question here a second, because Big Al mentioned, I hope Monty's smart with his money and he's smart with how he manages the Kings' finances. And we've had some fun about Kemba Walker. That's not a fit. That doesn't work. It just sprung up in the news today. But what if you've got like, the Porzingis? What if Dallas says no, we'd be interested in talking to Sacramento. Sacramento has guys that we like. What if the Celtics were like, no, we really do covet Harrison Barnes. We really do like Buddy Hield. We think we could do something here with Buddy Hield. We have to put him in the backcourt there with Jason Tatum. Oh, we can make some things work. Mm. No one likes either of those guys, right? I'm not speaking like universally, but just say we check the temperature of the Kings fan base regarding Kristaps Porzingis and Kemba Walker, guys that aren't overwhelming favorites, right?
They won't be feeling that.
Would you be comfortable if next season started and nothing happened?
I thought about this.
Like today. Next season starts and like you had the option for Porzingis, but Monty was like, no. You had the option for Kemba Walker and Monty was like, no. So you went into next year. Sabonis wasn't realistic. And we haven't even mentioned that Nate Bjornsson was finally fired today. So now there's 4 coaching vacancies. There's the Celtics, there's the Blazers, there's the Magic, and now there's the Indiana Pacers. So step 1 of blowing up the Indiana Pacers is now in full effect. Mm-hmm. But if those are your only options, are you comfortable with next season starting going, we wanted Siakam, we wanted Sabonis, we wanted big fish, but the big fish that were out there, we didn't feel like they fit. So he was making the responsible decision, but it still winds up with the next season starting with Scotty Barnes, Buddy Hield, and Marvin Bagley in some way, shape, or form on the roster.
Well, let me also ask you this. This means you lose Richaun Holmes, correct? Because you can't afford him?
Well, if you didn't do anything else, you probably could afford Richaun Holmes.
Well, you can afford him to a certain degree.
To a certain degree.
Like well for him, but if he got offered 18,
changes 20. The dynamic, but it changes the dynamic of my question though. Because if you're running it back, if you're running it back and Richaun Holmes is here, and it's like, Hook, these were our other options. We didn't like him. We didn't like the Porzingis option. We didn't like the Kemba Walker option. Or if it's that, and you couldn't keep Richaun Holmes, which means, and I know you don't like tying these two together, but it means in consecutive off seasons, you lost Bogdan Bogdanovic and Richaun Holmes, 2 fan favorites who we've seen Bogey contribute. People believe we're going to see Richaun Holmes contribute next year. Right. I mean, that's tough. So are you comfortable? Well, let's go with your first the first question you asked. They couldn't keep Richaun Holmes. Richaun Holmes is gone.
Then that brings up another situation too, because
what'd they do?
They're going to get somebody. Like they're going to use that money that they didn't use for Richaun Holmes.
Fine, but it's not the big fish. It's not the player that we've been talking about. It's not even the player or the piece that we're talking about. This isn't, sorry for the shade, perceived shade. I'm not talking about Mo Harkless.
To answer your question, I'm one of the few people that feel like they don't need major changes to improve next year, to be in a play-in scenario. I don't. Like I think the bench is almost set, and I think the starters are good. If you had to bring back Bagley and he was just starting power forward, and you go get, we'll throw anybody in there, Alex Lynn to be your center, probably be a downgrade from Richaun Holmes. So you wouldn't want him. But say if they kept Holmes and brought everybody back and wasn't able to move Buddy or Harrison for the right deal, or Bagley, I would still feel like it's time to make the playoffs. I wouldn't feel like they're overmatched or they couldn't do it. What you think about that?
And that's tough. Like essentially running it back with a small acquisition and no Richaun?
So if they ran
in theory.
I said if there was no Richaun, let me put it to you like this. If it was no Richaun and they brought in Andre Drummond.
Man, you really like Andre Drummond, boy.
I don't know if I like him better than Richaun Holmes. I'm pretty sure I don't like him better than Richaun Holmes, but he would be affordable and you need a center.
Okay. Yeah, and that is correct. I completely agree with you that he would be affordable, very affordable. I don't think he would be Hassan Whiteside affordable, but I don't think it would be Rashawn Holmes either, which is fascinating. given the numbers that we've seen Andre Drummond put up, it's fascinating, and he had a tough postseason. We talk about that stage with Donovan Mitchell. We talk about this stage with Ja Morant. Boy, that stage could be a double-edged sword if you're a guy like Andre Drummond.
That's facts.
You get out there on that stage and it's like, okay, so we get into a meaningful situation. I don't know what we're going to be able to do with this guy.
Because let me go down there for you real quick. Go with your starters. I don't think anybody has a problem with Fox and Halliburton.
Of course not.
Then you're going Harrison Barnes.
Okay.
I don't think anybody has there's probably some people that have a problem with Harrison Barnes. I think he's fine as your starting small forward. Marvin Bagley is a question mark. And then we'll just say you kept Rashawn Holmes. You have Rashawn Holmes. Then you're coming off the bench with DeLon Wright, Terrence Davis, Mo Harkless, Metsu.
You got to sign all those guys.
Yeah, I think Terrence Davis is
except DeLon. You don't have to sign DeLon, but you've got to sign the other guys.
I think Terrence Davis is a lock. I think Mo Harkless I think that's a little harder.
Doable.
But yeah, it's still doable. Got Freeport Metsu, Damian Jones. I think that's good enough to be better than what they were this year and make a playing scenario.
How? I just don't understand because you've got those guys that you just mentioned coming off the bench for an entire season.
Yeah. Compared to the first half of the season when they were running 6 guys out there, 7 guys.
Okay. It's tough for me to look at this as a run it back situation and think that everything's good, nothing to see here.
I wouldn't want to not make any changes, right? But given that scenario, if they couldn't do it, like I said, I would be in agreement. I don't know if I would want to get rid of Buddy and Marvin just to bring back Porzingis and Kemba Walker. I don't know how much that helps you.
Let me hit you with a wild alternative, and this is wild. You're going to have to use your imagination here. So bear with me. We've got your keyword coming up here in 2 minutes. What if the big change for the Sacramento Kings is we're operating on an 82-game schedule next year? What if the big change for the Sacramento Kings next year is 75 games of Marvin Bagley? Now, obviously, that's not something you can guarantee over the summer. But if you're stuck and you can't, your options are literally Kristaps Porzingis. Your options are Kemba Walker, like the being aggressive in the trade market, the being aggressive here, the being aggressive there. It ain't you could be aggressive all you want to in the trade market. It doesn't mean that it's going to work.
Right.
You could be aggressive all you want to in free agency. It doesn't mean it's going to work.
Right.
You need other consenting adults to go along with this, whether it's a player or an organization. It may not work. Well, what if Marvin is the guy who winds up? If I told you today, in your run it back scenario, if I told you today you're going to get 75 games, 75 out of 82 from Marvin Bagley, does that make the Sacramento Kings better?
Yes.
Definitively,
yes.
You believe that makes them better?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
I think we need to see something not only from Marvin. I think we need to see something from Luke Walton, because I told you my feelings on Luke was, if he was back as the head coach, that probably means you need to move on from Marvin Bagley, because I just don't think Luke trusts Marvin Bagley. So either there needs to be I don't know that reconciliation is the right word, but it feels like there's something off with that relationship. Hell, we had Jason Jones on with us yesterday. Jason Jones said, I don't think Marvin believed he was coming back. I think Marvin thought when he went to Arizona, his season was over. So he came back and he was a little salty because he didn't expect that he would have to be here. He thought he was going to be at home working on his game, and he was probably never going to have to set foot in the city again unless it was to pack his bags, and he probably wouldn't even come back. He'd send somebody to do it.
I mean,
we're
gonna handle business, but I want to ask something about that too.
About Marvin?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The business you're talking about, as I'm stalling for time for my clock to change, is this business. Hey, here it comes. comes the money. The Summer of Cash contest rolls along here with ESPN 1320. Your chance to win $1,000 right now if you text the word stunt to 72881. That's stunt, STUNT, to 72881. This is a multi-state contest. Message and data rates apply. And remember, don't text and drive. I feel like I picked these words, and I know it sounds like I picked these words. Because dealing with KC do a lot of that, but I didn't. I swear I didn't. This is a company-wide contest. So to make sure you locked in that number too, because we're going to be doing this every day. We're going to be doing this Monday through Friday, every hour. We're going to be giving you that keyword. We're going to be giving you a chance to win $1,000. You got something to say about Marvin Bagley? That's your last opportunity today, by the way, right, Jesse?
Yeah.
Is that right? It's the last opportunity today. Yep. So we'll be back. Your next opportunity will be tomorrow at 12:10. You got something to say on Marvin Bagley?
Yeah, man. So, you hear, Jason Jones and him thinking that he's not going to be back and him probably not wanting to be back, his postseason press conference and all this other stuff. And it's like, I sit there and I look at it like, what has this organization done to you where you want to move on? Ain't nobody done nothing to you. They bent over backwards for you. And I'm not saying this is how he feels exactly. I'm just saying, when you hear Jason Jones and you read tea leaves and all this other stuff and you're left for interpretation, you hear his dad and all this other stuff. Yep. What is it? Ain't nobody done nothing to you here. Ain't nobody done nothing to you but accommodate you when you've been hurt and people thought maybe you should have fought through some stuff or came back earlier. They kept it under the rug. They stalled you out. Nobody put any pressure on you. What has this organization done to you where you sitting up here because you can't stay healthy talking about, I need to get out of here. I need to move on. I don't get it. Maybe you got answers for me, Damian.
I ain't got nothing. I don't get it either. His frustration, if he has frustration, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know how to get inside the head of Marvin Bagley. I don't know. Maybe he has a frustration with the fan base. Maybe he has a frustration with Luke Walton. And I hate to keep bringing that up, but we see it on the court, right? The fourth quarter stuff. Trust. There's a lack of trust right there, whether it's warranted or not. There is, and some people would say it is. Some people would say it isn't. I don't know what it is, but we talked about DeMarcus Cousins earlier in the attempted resurrection of his career and the most polarizing player in Kings history. Marvin Bagley isn't on the DeMarcus Cousins level, but he's the most polarizing player on the roster right now.
Yeah, I can believe that.
And it's not even close. I mean, even way more so than Buddy, in my estimation. Marvin Bagley is a polarizing player. We'll talk with James Ham about all things Kings. We'll talk to James Ham about the NBA playoffs as well. And we'll talk to James Ham, quite honestly, about whatever the hell James Ham wants to talk about. We Dealing with KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Hey, it's Kenny Caraway here. Look, man, everybody is talking about refinancing their homes, taking out equity and getting mortgages because interest rates are currently below 3% APR. I just started the process recently, but already I feel comfortable knowing that my broker at City Center Financial is looking out for me and trying to get me the best rate possible. And check this out. If it is not me and my wife, our best interest, and it doesn't reach our goals and the things that we're trying to do, my mortgage broker, Sam, said he would recommend waiting. That gave me even more confidence in my choice to go with City Center Financial's brokers. For a married man like myself, I'm looking for somebody that works well, not just with me, but also with the Queen Bee. You guys know how that goes because she's out here doing what she does. It's a relief to know that she feels as good about working with City Center Financial as I do. If you're thinking about refinancing to fix up your home or take out some equity, you have to reach out to City Center Financial first. Go to citycenterfinancial.com. That's citycenterfinancial.com today to start your refinance journey. City Center Financial, the most options and best rates.
Can't lie. I didn't know what the hell was happening right there. I was like, I hope this Kenny, because I ain't got nothing for. I don't know what this is, but I ain't got nothing.
That was, that I need to.
Somebody's made an appearance. Somebody's made an appearance.
Oh boy, the Queen Bee. What's going on with you, girl?
Okay, calm down. You said that away like, hey, we need to settle down. We got 45 more minutes. All worked up here. Looking for a house is a bitch, man.
Money, 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 money.
I was so sad when I left that house this morning. I was like, man, this is not it.
It's going to come up, though. It's going to come up, and it's going to be like, oh, yeah, this is it right here. Matthew, yes, we did talk about you. I told you I was going to give you those VHSs when I get them out of my mom's storage, those Sixer games. We were trying to figure out, do you know what a VHS is? Do you know how to work one? Do you know how you could even make this work? Because they're nothing but VHSs. Rich, come on, man.
Hey, man, everybody needs some alone time. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's grown folks' business. Hey, wait a minute. What'd I do? What'd I say? I'm just minding my own business and I get a hush. Sorry, Jazz. Sorry, Jazzy.
Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Money, 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 money.
Damien, maybe you have better ways of checking this. Tom Brady need knee surgery?
Thought he already had it.
Maybe that's what it was.
Brady, yeah, he's been practicing. I think he already had it.
Maybe he just talked, and the Bucs said they already knew about that. He talked to the Bucs talk or something like that.
Tom Brady's ongoing comments about his 2020 knee injury could eventually get the Bucs in hot water for never disclosing that he had a knee injury. Huh. Okay. Oh, yes, like the famous concussion interview. All of the concussions that he had that Giselle told us about. I mean, he had a concussion, but he didn't have a concussion. Yes, David, it will be. Please behave yourself. Zubin, my man, we appreciate you, fam. Thanks for the love.
We're gonna cash in on. We're gonna cash in on that Money in the Bank one time. We always say every time we hear, we got to get Zubin on.
I want to have Jay Will on too. It just seems like a bad time to do it.
Yeah, I don't know. We want to have Jay Will right now.
Let's let Jay Will. Let's let the water simmer down a little bit for Jay Will before we place that phone call. I'd like to do happy hour with Jay Will.
Oh, that would be dope.
Yeah, I mean,
Jay Will is a fascinating speaker as well. Like,
absolutely.
So I've heard him like long form tell stories about his journey, his life, and stuff like that. Fascinating.
I met Jason Williams. I've only met him once. Jay. Well, his name is
His
Jason.
name
right?
is Jason Williams.
Yeah, I met Jay
yeah.
one time at the Residence Inn in Bristol, Connecticut, when he did his first ESPN hit. That was the hotel most ESPN people stayed at, and it was half a mile from campus. And I met him in the lobby the first first time he was there reporting for duty. I mean, Duke couldn't have been nicer. It's been interesting to watch the trajectory of his career. And it's been really interesting to follow the story that's been going on this week because him and KD are boys.
Yep.
The boardroom, that's like they're partners. So that whole story is bizarre. So let's welcome in one of our guys. That's James Ham, fresh off of building, I don't know, a garden. What are you building today, James? It's the off season. You got to be building something.
Actually, I have a friend who has a restaurant in Auburn called Tap and Vine, and they're moving their restaurant, and I've been helping him move periodically, and I had to go help him move some units of like refrigeration stuff today and just get them moved over. Yeah, a great spot. Yeah, I'll have you guys up. You come out once they reopen in their new spot. It's good.
Wait, do you
what's Tap and Vine?
What's that?
What do they have there? What's that Tap and Vine?
It's like an American bistro. Yeah. Okay. It's good stuff. Good cocktails.
Do you live in Auburn?
I live above Auburn. I live in a little community called Lake of the Pines. So I live between Auburn and Grass Valley.
Okay.
Yeah. But I grew up in Grass Valley.
How long is that drive into the Golden One Center?
During the day, it takes me 55 minutes to get to Golden One Center. And then at night, it takes me about 45 to get home, if you can time the lights right.
If you
got to get through Auburn quickly.
There you go. There you go. All right, proper introduction. This is James Ham, Kings Insider of NBC Sports, joining us here on D'Lo and Casey. We've been talking about the Kings a lot. Surprisingly, nothing going on with the Sacramento Kings, but we always find reasons to talk about them. We'll bring you into some of the conversations that we've been having. Kemba Walker and the Celtics, not particularly going well between those two. Does Kemba Walker interest you in his $36 and $37 million years remaining on his deal?
No.
Okay.
Come on now.
That was the consensus. that was the consensus.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could use a scorer off the bench, that punch, but I think the biggest thing the Kings also need is a defender that gives you something different off the bench, like a DeLon Wright. I think that's a better fit, someone who can kind of cause chaos. Kemba is fun and he's electric as a scorer, but at this point, and he's had so many injuries, it just kind of piled up on him too.
Yeah, that knee doesn't seem like it's ever going to come back the way he would need it to. I want to ask you a question, James, because we're going to spend a little time talking about number 35. And I'm going to start maybe at the end first. And you hear, we were talking to Jason Jones yesterday, and he was talking about how Marvin didn't think he was coming back. And you go to his the end of the season press conference, and it kind of sounds like he's over Sacramento and he wants out. He get Big Marv, tweeting things out throughout the year. And I just sat back and I thought about it, and I'm like, Marvin wants out. Marvin, wants to move on or whatever. What the hell has Sacramento ever done to Marvin Bagley? And I'm talking about the organization. It seems like they've done nothing but bend over backwards to make sure he's accommodated, to make sure he's coddled, to make sure that he's taken care of. There seems to be times earlier in his career when he was coming back from injuries when a lot of people felt like, maybe you can gut this out. And they didn't throw him under the bus. They just let him come back whenever he felt like he was ready to come back. Why would he want to move on from Sacramento so bad, like something's been done to him?
Well, I mean, I think it goes to, a lot of it is the outside influences. That's one thing that really, it's a bummer because I've spent a ton of time with Marvin Bagley, like in the locker room and at different things. And he really is a good kid, but I've even had conversations with him off the record where I pulled him aside and I could tell there was a point where he started looking at the media when they came in the locker room and either bolt and get out of the locker room before because he didn't want to deal with us. And that's like during injury times and stuff like that. Or when as soon as we walk in, you see him kind of give you the side eye, like he's concerned that you're coming over to him. And so like I had pulled him aside one time and I said, look, man, like there's not a media member here that isn't hopeful that you succeed and doesn't want you to succeed. Like it's not our job to root for a team, but it's also not our job to root against a team or a player. And so I made it very clear to him in that discussion that like, look, you have to understand there's a huge difference between social media and media. Like we're media members. Like, and I don't think he's so young that I think that there's a lost distinction between those things. Like we're not the people who are going out there and saying crazy stuff on Twitter or Facebook. And when we do say something like I said near the end of the season, where I do not believe he'll be back, and I still believe that he won't be back. That was an educated like conversation that I had just from, but also reading the tea leaves. And it wasn't a personal attack. Like even when you see my player grades, they're not personal attacks. Like there are things that I wish that Marvin could figure out as a player, who could figure out off the court. I don't even have any problems with his rap stuff. Like all that stuff to me is fine. Players need outside outlets. They do. So when it comes to him, like if he wants out of Sacramento, it's partially because of the weight of what's happened here with Luka being incredible and the Kings passing on Luka and sort of the pressure that, because when he goes somewhere else, he's still going to be the number 2 pick in the 2018 NBA draft, but he won't be the guy that somebody passed on. He'll be just a guy who's trying to make it, and it's something, like someone recently compared him to Darko. Darko just wasn't, he was stiff. Like Marvin Bagley can play basketball. The Marvin Bagley just has not been able to stay healthy. And, and a lot of it is just bad luck, which it doesn't help when we do an interview and I ask him about it's just bad luck. And he said, I don't believe in luck. And then it's like, okay, well then what is it? I mean, is it bad karma? I mean, did you do something wrong? Off the court that makes you get injured all the time? Like, I'm confused. It's bad luck. I mean, he's had some bad luck. And look, I think the other thing is when he does have injuries, he's not someone who rushes back. He's not. I mean, that was the broken hand midway through his left hand this season. That's like a 3 to 4 week. He should have been back on the court getting ready to play. We saw LaMelo Ball had full surgery on a thumb and missed, I think it was 4 weeks. He fought to get back. Well, Marvin missed 6. And he left the team and was gone for 4 weeks.
He missed 6 and wanted to miss 8.
I got the feeling that he came back and he did not think he was gonna play. Like he was confused, just like I was. Like if I were the Kings, I would have put him in bubble wrap. I've said that countless times, and people think I'm crazy. But like, look, there comes a point where you can't risk it. And then he did finish the season injured again. And so that's, it was like a leg soreness. And then next thing you know, they're saying he has a groin issue. And it's like, oh boy. So look, I hope that if he does come back, that he figures it out and that he's able to play through. But I also know that like I've played enough sports in my life that, and I pay for it now at my age, I pay for it. I have all kinds of back ailments and everything else. But like, I'm a guy who runs through a brick wall to get out there and play. You can't keep me off the court. You roll an ankle on a Friday night playing softball, and the next day you have a rec basketball and your ankle's the size of a cantaloupe, and you put an air brace on it. You tape it up and you go out there and you play 40 minutes. That's who I am as a person and as a player, even if it's not at the level that they're at, but that's just not who he has shown to be. And again, he can grow out of that. He can develop. And once he starts playing 75, 80 games a season, then, you stop talking about this stuff. But, he's played 40, I think he's missed 48% of the games in his career so far. 48% in 3 seasons.
Wow.
That's crazy.
James Ham with us here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We welcome all the viewers. We welcome all the listeners on 1320 AM and on the Odyssey app. With all of that, you still grade Marvin Bagley out as a C this season in your player grades that you've been dropping over there. And What kind of led to that? And then did you try to take the missed time like out of consideration and not really factor that too much into your grading?
No, I mean, I think that the that in itself is the biggest thing for me, and he's probably the most complex player to discuss that I've ever been around. Like, people always want to know what DeMarcus Cousins was like, and like we could get into that. That's nuts. Rondo was probably the most intriguing player I've ever covered. But when it comes to Marvin, it's just so incredibly hard to explain to people. Like, he gets a C because, the best ability is availability. And so whatever he was able to do on the court, it gets knocked down. But when I look at his game, number one, he has improved. He has become more efficient, although his I even missed this in my review of him. His free throw shooting, just like he had a blip of a season. He became like Chuck Noblock of shooting free throws. Mm-hmm. He went full Nick Anderson on us and shot like 57%. But the thing that I try to express to people and try to explain to people is this is not Groundhog Day. So if you remember Groundhog Day, Bill Murray wakes up and, I got you, babe, every morning, right? But then he fought to like better himself every day. And so while he was getting caught in that cycle of waking up to the same day every day, he wasn't the same person. You remember he started predicting when people would drop something and he'd catch it, or he started learning how to do like chocolates and stuff. He like came back a different person every day. Well, with Marvin, the reset button gets hit every time. And it's because not only does he miss games, but even his rookie season, the longest stretch he ever had, I think, was 21 games. And then he missed time. And then he came back. And then he missed time. So it's these fits and starts that happen with him, which puts him all the way back at the beginning almost every time. It's why his statistics are almost identical all 3 years of his career. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He's still walking on the court as a rookie in most situations. He has not had the experience. The long stretches. I think this year he had a stretch of 23 games or 24 games, longest stretch in his career where he's played. And then he missed a game or 2 games, and then he came back and he played a bunch. But for me, that's the hardest thing. How do you grade somebody who just hasn't had the ability to get like a role, get on in a rhythm and find himself? And then on occasion, when he does get to that point, you're like, holy cow, just look how talented he is. And then boom, it's something magical. It's just horrible every time there's a setback. And, even like this year, like he had that crazy game near the end of the season where everyone's like, oh my goodness, look how good he can be. Mm-hmm. And then boom, he's got a groin injury. It's gone. And so again, like that's what it's so hard to grade him because I don't think he's regressed. I don't think he's shown improvement on the defensive end to a point where you can play him 38 minutes a game or 33 minutes a game. He's going to be a 25, 26 minute a game guy until he can get enough experience under his belt to actually grow as a player and start not just putting up stats, but playing winning basketball. And I feel for him because that's what it really comes down to.
Casey, you ever seen Groundhog Day?
No, I remember it though. That's what
so lost on you guys.
Right? Bill Murray?
Yeah, Bill Murray. Yeah.
Never seen it. I saw that. What's my man? I'm drawing a blank though. I did see. What's the one that just came out with on Netflix that you talked about?
Oh, Joey Badass. Yeah. I forgot the name of the movie. Yeah, but that movie's it's a 30-minute short. It's fascinating.
Groundhog Day, but
it's a little bit heavier than Groundhog Day, but it's very good and worth 30 minutes of your time. And the name escapes me. It's just the movie that Joey Badass did on Netflix. Go ahead.
I was gonna mention about Marvin and about how, guys like yourself and myself, James, we get injured, we try to fight back out there. And it's weird because there are times when Marvin is hurt and people look at him. You've probably heard it too, like not fans, but people in the organization, media. Like we see you going through a workout right now. Like, can you not try to play? Like, what's going on with that? But then you have other moments when there were times when he was playing through stuff earlier this year, whether it was a wrist or a thumb or something like that, and he didn't make nothing of it. People would try to ask him. He'd be like, it's nothing. I'll be all right. It's good. And you see him trying to play through things, but it feels like it's not always the case. Like that's the weird, frustrating dynamic about Marvin, like the growing thing. He hurt his groin and was out. If you tell me if I'm wrong, on the biggest game of the season. Wasn't it the first Memphis game that he was like he can't play? And it's like, oh my goodness, I'm not trying to see you out there like Anthony Davis, but man, like it's hard because I guess you see him try to play through things at times, but then there's other times when it's like, you're not even gonna try now. Like it's an interesting dynamic when watching Bagley.
It comes down to, are you injured or are you hurt? Like that's something that like my wife hates it when I say it to my son, who just finishing up high school and he's been a soccer player forever. Are you injured or are you hurt? If you're injured, I'm going to take you to the doctor. If you're hurt, we're going to rub some dirt on it and you're going to get your butt back out there. That's the mentality. It's an old school mentality, number one. And number two, it does not come with the caveat that if you do major damage, it could cost you tens of millions of dollars in the future. So again, I think that part of the injured hurt thing with him, it comes down to outside forces once again. Like, hey, I don't want you back out there and hurting yourself for someone that we don't want to play for anymore. And so I think like he's fought to get back multiple times. And he's never had, I mean, he had the broken thumb and he had the broken hand, but I mean, come on, those are, the broken bone in his finger, in his mid hand.
Right.
Those things happen. Like there's nothing you can do about that. The foot and the knee and those things and the groin, he's not had a major catastrophic injury. We're not talking about Kemba Walker. We're not talking about Gordon Hayward. We're not talking about Paul George. We're talking about like minor dings that if they take longer than they should, sometimes that's on the medical staff. Sometimes that's on him. Sometimes, that's just, maybe he's just not a quick healer. That's the way it goes. But like, again, De'Aaron Fox last season rolled his ankle right before the 10th game of the season. And it was a catastrophic grade 3 sprain, right? We're talking, when that happens, that means that the ligament in your ankle is completely detached. Like there's a complete tear, right? Well, he came back and I think he missed like 19 games or something. Like it was stunning how quickly he came back. 19 or maybe it was 21. He ended up missing like a total of 6 or 7 weeks on something that most players take 12 weeks for. So is he fighting to get back? Did it hurt him later? Did it slow him down? Or is he a quick healer? Like there are these things that you just don't know. Some guys react differently. And so that's why for me, I've never questioned players when it comes to injuries. I hope they get back faster. This one in particular was so strange because the team let him leave. And like, I get it. You're going to be out for a month. You haven't seen your family for a long time because of COVID, because they don't live here anymore, because they're in Arizona with your other brother, going through that whole process. So I get it. He needed to be, find his happy place and get back. But in my opinion, and this is the franchise allowed it. So like, that's on them as well, in my opinion. But my opinion is if you're going to go away for a week, then come back and let's have you work with the actual coaching staff of a professional team, a training staff. Let's get x-rays every couple of days, every week, and to see how that injury is healing. Let's make sure everything's going right. Let's not put it on someone else in Arizona. Those are the things that stood out to me. And then when he came back, I didn't like we fully got the understanding he didn't think he was playing again. Like that's what they sent him in for an x-ray and said, your hand is healed. We're putting you back on the court. And it was like, oh, and even then it took almost 2 weeks. So it's those things. And like, I'm not going to call a player out for an injury because like, we don't know how bad his hand hurt. And I don't know about his knee or his foot. And if you're a 19-year-old big man, and you start having foot problems, your career's done. So we've got to be cautious there. So like, there's complexities, like there's layers to the onion. And so that's why, again, a grade of a C, I know a lot of fans were like, oh, F. And I'm like, nah, he still averaged 14 and almost 8. Yeah. Like still one of the best rebounders on your team. And if he was able to play 36, his per 36 would have just killed it. But it's all the little things that he's missing in his development, which unfortunately you don't get back. And if you're the Kings, now you got to pay $11 million to see if he can get there. So it's one thing when you're making $6 million or $7 million or $8 million, you start hitting double digits here. Like that's a lot of money to put on a guy that you don't know. And, contract extension, that's not happening this summer, clearly. And then, what do you do the next summer, when he's a restricted free agent? So I think it's just confusing what to do with him and everything else.
Yeah.
James Ham, Kings Insider, NBC Sports, with us here on ESPN 1320. Marvin Bagley, I'd argue the most polarizing player on the Kings roster right now. DeMarcus Cousins, perhaps the most polarizing player in Kings history. We saw him get about 4 minutes of run last night for the Los Angeles Clippers. Is there a player that you've covered with a more fascinating and perhaps heartbreaking career trajectory than DeMarcus Cousins, a guy whose last time he was healthy, he was 48 games into the season, averaging 27 points per game?
Yeah, I think the only other one that's even remotely close is Isaiah Thomas. And, you just feel for Isaiah because he took such a low contract because the Kings lowballed him. And then he got like a 3-year, $21 million deal with Phoenix. And then he put up he finished like 4th in the MVP balloting in Boston, averaging over 30 a game, making $7 million. And then to have his career, basically he's had to nickel and dime. And that's like, he doesn't deserve that. He should be on the court. Talk about one of the most genuine dudes who will say what is exactly on his mind and speak truthfully at all times. One of my favorite players ever to cover was Isaiah Thomas. Now, to get to Cousins, it's so strange because I broke the story that he was going to get his extension, that he was getting the extension in Sacramento. And to watch that thing play out so strange, it was hard to watch because it was they dangled a carrot. They said, we're going to do this, but like, we need you to stop. We need you to stop with all the crazy nonsense stuff. And then he went out right after that, picked up a tech. Then he got double teched, and on his way off the court, yelled some profanity at I think it was a Warriors fan that was by Vivek's, his, owner's club, and got fined from the league. And that season alone, I remember thinking, man, he'd gotten so much better, right? All of his stuff had gotten so much better, and you were pulling for him. You wanted him to finally get to that point, because he always told me when he was young, like, look, I'm going to do it my way. I'm going to always do it my way. And my response was, you can do it your way at 19, but your way at 19 and your way at 23 or 24 or 27 is different. Like, you change, and you may not think that you're changing. You may think that you're doing it your way, but you're maturing and you're doing things a different way. When he was 19 years old, like the things that happened during that time behind the scenes were nuts, absolutely crazy, like all the time. And like, there's stories that we could never substantiate, or we could never get someone to go on the record. But the stories that we have from that time were just crazy. And, I don't think, like, we saw someone called him a bully. There are some things that like that definitely happened that made you feel uncomfortable. I in the locker room when he said some things about players that he shouldn't have said. I watched him, I was 2 feet away from him when he was lambasting a media member from the Sacramento Bee, who, in my opinion, fully deserved it for what was going on there. But he was also like 60 or something, wasn't he? Yeah, and wrote about his brother. That was the problem. I recall that. Yeah. So that's a tough visual. That's a tough visual. And just so you know, they had words. The reporter left the locker room, was too angry, and came back into the locker room. Then they started yelling at each other, and then it got out of hand. But it never got to a point where he was going to punch anyone. Like, we were standing right there, like media directors. You can see the video of it, and my head is like halfway in the video of it. But like, look, the thing about him is he's actually a genuinely nice guy. Every time I see him now, I get a huge hug from him. You're pulling for him to figure it out. But I'm going to go back to that last season. That last season, I think everyone that was around him thought, oh, he's been so much better. It's happening. Like, he's figuring it out. And the Kings had done so many things to like mess with his progress anyways, firing Malone, doing all the things that they did, the George Karl era, all of that stuff. But in that last season, he basically, when he got traded, I think he'd already had his 15th. That was his 15th technical on the season, and we got traded in February, and still had 2 months of the season. And then the first game that he got to New Orleans, he got like his 16th or 17th. He got suspended for a game for breaking the technical barrier. And during that season, he'd also gotten into a situation with the fan where he yelled at the fan. He'd also got into a bar fight with Matt Barnes, which got ugly, which was not him that started it, but he was still there. And he got into it not just with Andy Ferrillo at the B, but he had got into it with 2 other media members during that season as well. And so
one of those was funny, though, just in full.
No, it was. I fully agree. But my point is that when he was finally gone, I honestly believe that a lot of people that covered him had Stockholm syndrome. And like we had just got to a point where you got somewhat comfortable with some of the things that happened, even if it wasn't always respectful. Now, like, I want him to succeed. I want him to have the career. I feel it's really horrible how much he's going to miss out, like on the grand scheme of things, like $175 million. Like, it's something crazy like that. He was going to get, I remember that night before I wrote this story, I called Larry Kuhn, the absolute incredible CBA. Like he does a CBA FAQ, that's on the internet that breaks down the entire collective bargaining agreement for the NBA. And I'm like, I went through and I made sure I had all my nuts and bolts as far as the contract, how much a max money deal would be for him. And I think it was 221 million, something like that. And he's never, ever going to recover most of that money.
Yeah.
So you hope that it works out, but he's a different cat. But again, I covered him in the finals in Toronto. I know he was very uncomfortable sitting down. There was so much media. And if you've never been to an NBA finals, like, the media junkets are nuts. There's, 70 people surrounding you and speakers, and they always have the whole court opened up. So there's 4 players going at once, and it's just chaos, and people are lobbing questions from everywhere. As soon as he heard my voice, I saw him smile and look over his shoulder. And it was like, you saw the pressure, like, oh, I know somebody. I know somebody. And so, like, those are the moments where you see him as a human. And I think a lot of times in Sacramento, he kind of got to a point where he was slightly dehumanized. And, he was just like a guy that you didn't know what was going to happen next. And, the night that he got kicked out of the game and then they called for him to come back out from the locker room.
Oh,
just
phenomenal.
But like, you could see how emotional he was, like, that he had to wipe away tears to get back out there. Like, he knew he had got robbed or whatever happened there. But again, like, just the moment for him, and that was a big game for the team as well, if I'm not mistaken. So to have him come back out was like this crazy thing, almost like, when someone gets kicked out of a classroom in school and they've got to come back after they've been outside, like, getting emotional and losing it. And, when you're a kid, you're like, oh man, I feel for you. I'm glad you're back in class, but they're over there, their eyes are all red. And it's just like I think the roller coaster ride that we rode with that was nuts. And that he came into the league my first year covering the team. So I covered him his first 6.5 years, but those were my first 6.5 years as a journalist covering a team. And so, I hope it works out for him.
Gotta ask you the question, James, because it always comes up multiple times here in Sacramento with a certain group of people, because I'll put myself in there too. We love DeMarcus. Any chance that he returns to Sacramento?
No. No, I mean, like, and that's not me saying that as like, oh, I would never take him back. That has nothing to do with me. I know too many things about the franchise and the way that they feel. And I don't think there is any way that you will ever see him in a Kings uniform ever again. And what is he? He's like 30?
He's 30. Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that just?
He's played 71 games since the injury.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
That was tough to find out this morning when I was looking for that. I was looking for that specific number. It was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
71 games.
The quad injury, when I saw the quad injury, I like, first of all, how did he walk off the court? And then not only that,
he came back.
How did he come back that season? And that's again, like, are you hurt or are you injured?
Mm-hmm.
Well, dude, there's a V in his quad. If you slow down and I have a screenshot of it, there's a V right above his knee where the quad muscle has detached from the top of his kneecap and rolled up his leg, and the two outside quad muscles are still there. And like, he walked off the court and came back. I think it was 4 or 5 weeks later. I don't even know how that happened. How did his quad get back in its place and like reattach itself, and so he could get back out there? But one of the most gifted, I'll just say it, the most gifted player I've ever covered on a night in basis. Like a big man that he basically is a generational, like, he did things that you're now seeing players do, but when he did them the first time, it just couldn't happen. Chris Gent told me one time, I said, you played with Hakeem and now you've coached DeMarcus. Like, what do you think? He goes, oh, it's not even comparison. He's like, Hakeem could dribble the ball 4 times. He's like, we got DeMarcus running the break at 6'11", 290 pounds. He's like, it's like he's a freak of nature, what we're seeing. But now you're seeing more and more of that, where guys his size are doing things. But he was the guy who really took it that direction. And yeah, just phenomenally gifted, just the things he could do.
Anatomy class with James Ham here on ESPN 1320. Whatever you do, please do not tweet that screenshot. We very much do not want to see that, though. Yeah. I think I've seen it before, and it is quite a visual, and the fact that he came back from that is pretty amazing, man. This was a lot of fun, Jason, as it always is. James. Thanks. Yeah, thanks so much, man. We're already looking forward to next week. I already got my first question for next week. You got me thinking about players that you've covered over the years. I've already got the lead off for next week. I'm excited.
Story time with James Ham. Let's go.
Story time. Yeah. As long as I don't get myself in trouble and bury myself here.
No, you're in good shape. We'd never let that happen, James. Thanks for joining us, my man.
Thanks, James.
James Ham, Kings Insider, NBC Sports, man. I don't think I put together. He's often talked about the years in which he's done that. I don't think I put together his first year was DeMarcus's.
That's crazy.
I don't think I've ever put that together.
What a way to come into the league and deal with everything.
Yeah. Hey. Here you go, James.
Was DeMarcus here with them? He wasn't here with the Maloofs, was he?
Yeah. Wasn't he? Oh, yeah. 2010. He definitely was.
Oh, my gosh.
James came in. James was here for all the moves. He was here for Virginia Beach. He was here for there might have been some Las Vegas remnants here. He was here for Seattle. He was here for Anaheim.
Insane.
James Ham, like, I just took this job. I'm from Grass Valley. Where are they about to ship me off to?
Insane. Yeah, DeMarcus, you know, now some people like myself, Miss P, John Bull, probably yourself, DeMarcus is always welcome back in the city. Always, 100%.
Oh, yeah. He's welcome. Y'all want to keep letting Ron Burkle into family business.
Oh,
and please boot his ass out permanently. DeMarcus Cousins is welcome anytime.
Anytime. He's welcome on D-Lo and KC. Anytime.
We working on it. We working on a lot of things. Working. we trying, man. Yeah, exactly. That's it. D-Lo and KC. I'm trying, Jennifer. The new show. We got to get the Dope Ones to get us a T-shirt over at thedopeones.com that just says "I'm trying, Jennifer" on it. That's been so commonly used. That might be trademarked by now.
I know, she should be getting paid off of that.
Jennifer should legitimately be getting paid, man. That's such a great line. And this was a great show. That was really a great conversation with James Hammond. He was talking about the skill players. The question I have for him, I wanted to ask him because he brought up Rajon Rondo, and this is what I feel like his answer is going to be. Hopefully he's not still watching. the smartest player he's ever covered. Because I hear that about Rajon Rondo all of the time.
I think it's got to be Rondo.
It's got to be, and I've made a note here that's something we'll talk to James Ham about next week. Deuce and Mo will be with us tomorrow, plus 4 more opportunities for you to win $1,000. The Summer of Cash contest begins or continues tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Make sure you hit the thumbs up over there on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Make sure you hit the subscribe button as well. Hit the heart on the Odyssey app. Hit the follow button on Twitch. And we'll see you here tomorrow on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Yeah, I've heard so many times that Rajon Rondo is the smartest player in the league.
Yeah.
Like he sees things differently.
Money. Appreciate you, David.
Thanks, man.
Sure. See you tomorrow. Be more stand up.
That DeMarcus stuff from James was really good.
Yeah, that was some good stuff.
This is a t-shirt. I gotta call Donnie. I think Donnie's back in.
He's back in Sac.
Yeah, I think he's back in Sac. They were out east for a long time. Maybe I'll give him a chance to unpack and get acclimated. We got family business we got to talk about. Keep checking my phone, make sure it works.
Ice Cube and Easy.
Yeah. Get that limited edition core line. It's funny. Ms. P, is I didn't want to push James too much because I was gonna say I've heard stuff about. I mean, I don't think this is gonna catch anybody off guard. Like DeMarcus wasn't a saint, especially when he was younger. And the wild thing about it is, I've only had a handful of interactions with DeMarcus, and they've all been great. And I've seen him interact with kids that I was, and it's. Dude, especially because DeMarcus is a big dude. He's the main guy on the court. They're enamored with him, and they just look up with it, and he sees that, and he reacts in that way. So from a personal perspective, I have nothing but positive things to say about DeMarcus. I've heard other stories, though.
Yeah.
And I can't speak to those stories firsthand, so I'm hesitant in repeating them, but I've heard things about, people who work at the arena and different stuff like that always are like, I hope that's not true.
Yeah, I've heard some of the same things. I never met DeMarcus personally, but I don't know where I was at. I don't know how I missed this, but real quick, you mind telling me about the funny interaction he had with the? Oh.
Yeah, no, I was there. I was on the sideline, and I think I was with. I don't know if I was with Jody Bacon. I was with somebody. I know exactly where I was standing because there was a point where I realized, okay, this is the opposing team side of the court, and DeMarcus came running over. And did you ever know Hakeem? Hakeem, the security guy.
No. Oh,
okay.
Well,
so
I seen him, the black guy, right?
Yeah. Big dude. Big as in thick.
Yeah.
He, I saw him he wasn't walking towards us, but he was walking towards that side of the court. DeMarcus had run over, and he got in the face of this particular person. And I didn't make out. I don't know exactly what he said, but he was animated when he said it, and I believe it involved effing off and in a variety of other things. And that particular person stood there with a stupid look on his face and his hands in his pockets. And Hakeem kind of, pulled DeMarcus away and sent him to the other side of the court. And that was kind of it. And I kind of looked at it like, what was that for? And then I think Matt explained it to me later what the interaction was all about, which I don't specifically remember. And I think I'll need someone to confirm this. If John Bull is still in here, I feel like John knows everything. I think he once told him to get out of the locker room. I don't know for 100% certainty, but I have this recollection of Boogie saying, "Who are you with?" Okay, I ain't saying nothing until you leave.
I remember that story.
But I don't know if it's the same guy or not. I don't know if it's the same media person or not.
I bet
John, I know John would know. Maybe Miss P would know too, but I feel like John would know if that was him or not.
That locker room situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
trip. That was a trip.
Maybe
that might do that to me.
Huh?
I said Buddy Hill might do that to me.
That ain't even Buddy's personality, man.
Like I say all the time, man, just keeping it a stack. Buddy, I've had interactions with Buddy. He's a nice dude. He's a cool ass dude. I don't think he's a scrub as a basketball player. I'll tell you if I don't think he played good or something like that, but he's not a bad player. He's not what the Kings need right now, man. He's not.
I thought so. I remember him turning to Chris Clark and something along those lines taking place. I'm never one day soon. I don't think I've ever spoken to Buddy.
That's why I spoke to Buddy one time.
I spoke to De'Aaron. I mean, like very briefly. I always found De'Aaron very like cordial. One of my I remember when Corey Brewer got traded here. The first time he was here, I was standing on the sideline by where the Kings locker room is. And he comes out and I'm getting ready to leave. I think we're getting ready to get off the court. He was one of the last guys out. And you know how Kings fans are. They were waiting for him to get here and they were cheering and he comes out and he's getting cheered and you could tell he's not quite sure what to do. So he looks at me and he goes, "Hey, Corey," and shakes my hand. And it's like, "Hey, Corey, nice to meet you. I'm Damian." He's like, "Cool." And he just starts doing like this. And then it wasn't Bobby. It might've been, it wasn't Brian Gates either. I don't remember who it was, but one of the assistants was out there like, "All right, Corey, let's go." And then he starts going through his shooting routine, but you could tell I think he was kind of surprised that there were so many fans out there like cheering his arrival to the practice floor. And I thought that was funny, man. I was like, dude, Corey Brewer's a cool dude.
Yeah, really
that
cool.
Made me laugh.
I've luckily, I didn't have a radio show, all those times I was, or a radio show that was
should have.
But I've never had a bad interaction with the King. They've all been pretty pleasant, pretty cool.
Me neither.
The ones that are come and gone, the ones that are still here. Like I said, I've talked to Buddy. Buddy was like really nice when I talked to him. So I don't know. And I don't think they would have a bad interaction with me right now. Because I feel, and I could be wrong, I feel I could tell them like, "Look, man, it ain't personal. I don't think you're a bad player, nothing like that. But if y'all playing soft, I'm gonna say y'all playing soft. Play better, play tougher. Ain't even about wins and losses. Just don't let your man get thrown off the rim."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's just what it is.
Yeah.
So I don't think that we'd have a problem with anybody.
No, we wouldn't. And we work. I mean, we try to get guys on. It's tough. We don't have the contractual agreement. So we got to keep working and pressing. But we got, we didn't. Kenny did.
See, no, okay.
Kenny got Tyrese. Kenny got us Tyrese.
Well, I wouldn't even say I got Tyrese, but you got us Rashawn. So
you got Tyrese. I got Rashawn, but I didn't get Rashawn through the Kings.
Yeah.
So like you got Tyrese through the Kings. Like, "Hey, we're trying. All of a sudden, Kenny sends a text, "Hey, we got Tyrese in 5 minutes." Like, "Hey, KC's like 5 o'clock." Yeah, no. We've got him in 5 minutes. Oh, okay. Oh, so the new thing is like I ain't texting nobody. Kenny texts him. Kenny get shit done. I don't get anything done.
Hey man, I tried to get something done and it didn't go through. It didn't go through. It said it was going through, but it didn't go through.
Okay. Yep. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. It's all right. We get there.
Still all love, though. It's still all love.
We get there. You never know. Things could be changing. Things could be changing.
I dog Kojo before he got traded. That is cap. I never got on Kojo. I was one of the people who didn't get on Kojo.
We'll check the tapes. I'll tell you who got Rick Ross did. Ben.
Ben definitely.
Ben got Rick Ross. Ben was like, "Hey man, we're thinking about. Hey, I think I could get you, Rick Ross and our CEO Brett Barish on the show." I was like, "Oh, that'd be dope. Brett would be a blast to talk to." And obviously, Rick was like, "Yeah, it'd be cool." And like a day later, okay, we got Brett and Rick for the show. Okay, great. When is it? Friday. Oh,
it was like Tuesday.
Like Friday. Okay. Cool.
I love to have Big Marv on the show, and I wouldn't even be like a jerk. Like, once again, that's another person that I've had interactions with, and he has been perfectly fine. I have no problem with Big Marv. At least the interactions. I don't like the things he does on social media, but I've talked to him at length a couple of times. Cool dude, man. I ain't got no ill will with Big Marv that way.
Dude, we don't need to have. It's not like we're only going to invite people on that. We're going to have these fluffy little conversations on. We'll have difficult conversations with people.
Mm-hmm.
You just we ain't even able to get those people. Like we've tried. We've tried Luke. Mm-hmm. We've tried Monty. Like I'd tell every concern that I've shared with y'all, I'd share with Luke. I'd ask Luke about Marvin in the fourth. We'd ask those things. We just can't get him. It's not like we're not trying. We'd have Marv on the show. Like, why not? That ain't a problem. Shoot, I think Big Marv probably be a better interview than MB35.
Facts.
I mean, I just like you heard James talking about, Marvin and how maybe not everybody. That dude can't have our platform. He can't have that. So not quite everybody.
Not quite everybody at all.
Yeah, like there's a line we're gonna draw here. Though I can't lie, it'd be interesting.
Oh, we'd have the city on lock for that.
If
15 minutes.
If I sent I'd have to get the number and then send a text and say, "Yo, let's be 100% honest with each other." I'd do it. I'd 1,000. If you were down for it, I would do it.
I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'd be sitting there like Michael Jackson in Thriller with the popcorn. I'm just sitting there. I might not ask a question now. I'm just watching and listening like everybody else. That's gonna be some good stuff right there, baby.
If he said, if he guaranteed me he'd be complete, he said, I'll answer the question. Like, I'll be honest with you, you be honest with me. I do it. I'm about the show. I'm about ESPN 1320. I'm about D-Lo and KC. If he got some stuff that he wants to say, I've said this before. I don't have any problem saying about it. I don't think Grant gives a shit about me. Yeah. You know what I mean? I don't think Grant's thinking about me or caring what I think. But if he wants to come on and be honest about the things that he said when he responded to DeMarcus's tweet and the route that he's gone since then, yeah, if he'll be honest, I'd 1,000% have him on. I just don't think it's going to happen. Well, this one, hold on, this one's better.
Oh man. Today, man. I'm in the gym today, man.
You're not quite. No, Kyle. That interview would go right quickly. Exactly. If you smell what the Rock is cooking. All right, Kenny's got to go to work, man. I think I've got to record something. We love y'all. It was lit today, man. Shout out to Twitch. Twitch was representing super strong today. Maybe if y'all on Twitch stop being so late to the party, like y'all got here in like we got 3 hours. We're on from 12 to 4. Y'all got here for the 3 o'clock hour.
Stop playing, man. Get in here all 4 hours, man.
Hit the follow, hit the subscribe, man. We've been stalling on subscribers and followers, probably because John's gotten lazy. He's not doing his job. He's the show's PR person for pictures, McQueen's person for pictures. He's also
forgot about the little dudes, man.
Yeah, now he's forgotten about us. All right. I'm glad y'all got that. We'll see y'all tomorrow at noon, man. Love y'all. Thanks for hanging out.